they don't invest in technology companies. Surprisingly, all these people who are into real estate, who used to earlier invest in land and the buildings and all that, they came to our conference. And on the first day of the conference, 150 term sheets were signed by them for early stage startups. 150. Nowhere in the world it happened. So that means there are people who wants to help these startups. Only we have to bring them together as a family and make them understand it's an important nation-building activity that all of us have to think through. It's not that you are investing in this company, I want to get good returns out of that thing. And also we want to reverse the Silicon Valley model. What is Silicon Valley model of investments in startups? There, only 1 out of 10 companies are successful as per their formula. We want to reverse that. Why can't we make 9 startup companies to succeed out of 10 by continuously mentoring them, see that their problems, how do you take them to the markets. In fact, what we're doing, Talis, these 30 companies got selected by us. Not only we enabling the local market access, but all of them, sir, we are looking at international market access, but with the funds that what we have, we can't go to those markets. So what we decided, next year, in 2024, we are taking all this 20, 30 companies to Sydney, Auckland, then Singapore, Belgium, Paris, London, New Jersey, Dubai, all these places we are going to run India Startup. We now made as the International Startup Foundation because they asked when we were having a discussion with the Sydney Startup, so what is that we are getting out of this conference? If you make it India Startup Festival only meant for the Indian startups to be benefited, then I realized what they are looking for. They are all looking for, India is a very big market, but they don't have any clue how to get into that India market. So that's when I thought, let us make this India Startup Foundation to International Startup Foundation. Now we want to take those companies, those startups in Sydney, also provide them with the market access to India, because India believes in Vasudhaiva Kutumbakam. Whole world is one family. So we are looking at that kind of organization. That's International Startup Foundation is the one which is like a Vasudhaiva Kutumbakam for startups.
Lovely. That's a wonderful thing. The second aspect, this is a question that we discussed, but I'd like to improvise on that. As the scenario is changing, earlier, like in the times where I come from and I was in my academic institutions and doing my PGs and all, the focus was majorly on getting a job, and you got to be in some other country at some point in time. So that was the focus.
Yes.
Especially, I come from Andhra Pradesh, so we discussed yesterday that you have to be in US if after completion of your degrees and all. So that was the only thing that people were looking at. But with a lot of startup buzz being around, so does the curriculum for education institutions need to be reworked, and some sort of a sense of entrepreneurship should be instilled in the students? So we would like to understand that, and if yes, then what it should be.
Yeah, so I have been visiting many universities in the recent past. Surprisingly, I found some universities like, for example, Chitkara University. When we visited that university, though it's a private university, there are 173 startups have been incubated. Out of that, 73 startups got exits. And there, right from gardener to the person who is working in the canteen, they're all talking about startups. There is a startup-led education, startup-led learning. That is the model I'm telling every university, every college, engineering college. In fact, I met a couple of computer science heads while they were coming from Hyderabad. They're all sitting here. Sir, we are having engineering college. Most of them are all IT-based courses and all that. This year, many companies, they used to come earlier, but this year they're not coming. We don't know how to get jobs. So that mode of colleges will not survive unless you create a startup environment within your campus. Give lots of problems. Around Pune, there's a humpty number of problems are there. Local problems, infrastructure problems. You curate all these problems and give these problems to your students and ask them to create startup companies, get some little bit of funding for them. Then once they start up, I noticed in Chitkara University, second year students, they started a company, and I asked them, what is that, how is that you are able to, sir, now we know how to get finances, how to take care of deep technology related issues, how to brand our product or this thing. So who is teaching? Nobody is teaching. They are learning by themselves. So it is a Ekalavya model of learning has to happen because everything is available. Google or ChatGPT, you type, everything is available. Only thing is you should have that mindset. Then, though you are not able to start that company, make that company succeed, 99% those students will get very good jobs because they have the holistic learning, holistic education, not just one deep tech knowledge. So unless they have the jack of all mindset. Earlier, master of none, jack of all. Now jack of all kind of a mindset is required. They have to keep scanning. Mechanical, are there any jobs? Electrical, are there any jobs? Civil, are there any jobs? Or healthcare, this thing, what's happening? Unless you have that holistic knowledge, you will not be able to build any product or solution. So that is the kind of education which is required now.
Wonderful. So the second last question that we'll come to is about the anticipation or visualization of the current situation that you had when you're setting up your STPI at Bangalore. So is the world the same as you assumed, or it's much different from those days?
No, when I started Software Technology Park in Bangalore, I was the first employee of the Software Technology Park scheme. I myself did not visualize that that particular scheme can create millions of jobs in the country. You all know that during the license Raj in 70s and 80s, to get a import license for a computer, it used to take 1 year. I know many entrepreneurs like Narayan Murthy, Ajim Premji, they used to sit in Department of Electronics corridors for getting to meet those officers who are, those days our instructions were, we used to write note sheets for every proposal. We used to write how this proposal can be rejected. If I write that this proposal can be approved, then they think that my colleagues, oh, he has got some vested interest, that's the reason why he is approved. So everybody used to, most of the cases we used to reject. And those days duties used to be more than 350% customs duty on this thing. So with that kind of environment, many NRIs came to India and they left because they could not manage. The moment the Software Technology Park scheme, where all the powers of different departments given to one officer, and they did a pilot in Hyderabad with the Texas Instruments. So Texas Instruments was a guinea pig. And the Committee of Secretaries at Delhi, they used to monitor. We have given a lot of powers to Mr. J. Chaudhary as the founding director of STPI, located at TI. Whether he's misusing or using like that, we used to send the reports to them. And even myself, I did not visualize that time that particular initiative of Government of India can create millions of opportunities. Today we are talking about India $1 trillion economy and all that. It's all IT-led. IT has created all these opportunities. Not only in India, our people went to different countries. You go to any country, the Indians are there in that country because of IT, not because of other earlier only doctors used to go. You go to any country today, nook and corner of the world. So IT has brought that kind of a visibility and branding. Even I myself was, I could not visualize that that could bring that change. But only my worry is, though last 30 years we created so many millions of jobs through the IT services and all that, with this new technology like generative AI, what will happen to all that? So that is my new worry. So what is that we need to do, STPI+++, to make sure that our the people who are youngsters who are coming out of the institutions, how we can groom them, how they can create new bullockarts with the ChatGPT and cross over all the borders. That's my worry.
So hope, they don't manifest.
I think this is a great country. Something will manifest. Something will manifest.
We'll manage it somehow.
Yes.
And coming to the next one, what is the current passion that you have? And we are sitting in Pune right now, and Pune is a place where a lot of farming is being done, and government has been promoting it. And I have been a part of something called India Food Expo and flower and plant exhibitions in Pune. and they have been doing phenomenal work, and your passion happens to be around this organic farming. So can you just run us through that as well?
That's a very good question, Liz. Basically, I come from a farming community, and when I sold my company to NVIDIA, I had a lot of money. My friends asked me to buy some real estate around Hyderabad. Hyderabad, a lot of things are happening. But being a farmer, I want to do real farming. So I went to my village, acquired about 500 acres, and I wanted to do organic farming. I got 150 desi cows, and I did a lot of investments into that this thing, because what I noticed in the villages in particular, if one person in a family, they get into any of the terminal diseases like cancer or heart attack and all that, entire family was becoming a beggar family. It happened to some of my relatives who had 30-40 acres of land. One person got cancer, and they admitted him in one of the corporate hospitals in Bangalore. And by the time that patient died, the entire family, they have to sell off their land. They have taken a lot of loans at a very high interest. Now today, all the family members, they are working in the construction sites in Bangalore. There are many families are becoming like that. So when I analyze why these things happening, earlier in villages, I used to eat only millet-based food. So now everybody wants to eat polished rice and all that this thing, and all the vegetables. In fact, one day when I was visiting one tomato farm, who used to supply those tomatoes to create some tomato ketchup and all that for multinational companies. I and my friend wanted to see whether we can grow the same tomatoes in our field. Tomatoes were really good and good quality, good color. And I was about to eat one tomato by cleaning that tomato with my bottled water. That farmer came running, sir, don't do it. Hey, what is the problem? No, I'm cleaning with water, I can eat this tomato. No, sir, we are applying 10 times powerful pesticides. This pesticide was gone inside. We don't eat any of these things. Then why are you producing? Sir, without doing that, we economists will not work. We will not survive as a farmer. That's the reason why, because they wanted this color, this size and all that. Unless we do that, and that kind of vegetables we are eating, that means we are eating poison. That's the reason why my current passion is how do we create safe food at the same cost as the other food. Because today, the moment you say it's organic product, they are jacking up the price. Can we produce these organic products or natural foods at the same cost? So that is the project. I donated my land, whatever land I acquired after selling my company to NVIDIA. I donated that land to a Satyasai Trust. Now they're bringing 2 universities, one agri-tech university, one food technology university, and they're going to have a seed bank and cement bank, and all those things are happening, and we are going to create a lot of agripreneurs and also food technologypreneurs in the same campus. So my interest is using that. Can we produce a large number of processed the natural food at the same cost, so that many people, instead of eating poison, they can eat safe food, so that they not have to get into the hospitals and spoil their health and all that. That's my current passion. Hopefully, I'll be able to succeed in this last project.
So hopefully we all will get some good food that you're serving.
Definitely, yes.
And coming to the last part, that's on the little more, again, your personal interest on educating the voters, the young voters who are currently, the opinions and ideologues are built by a lot of commotion and, how do we put, various information sources that are there around them. So how do you intend to do that and build a little cynical approach of voters and educating them?
In fact, this is the election time. About 10 years back, when I was managing director of NVIDIA, one of the all-hands meeting, there were some employees who came from the San Jose office. They were all sitting. And they started asking, sir, in our colony, water is not coming, and a lot of potholes coming to our office and all that. Then I said, it is not related to NVIDIA. Why are you asking these generic questions? Then similar questions others are also started asking. Then I don't know what answer to be given. I asked them, how many people do you have voter ID? Only 4 people, they said, yes, we have. How many people you exercise your vote? Only one person said, sir, last elections I went to exercise my vote. There was a big queue, and the summer was this thing, I could not face that sun. So after half an hour, I came back without exercising. Then ask the same person, suppose if you want to watch a Bahubali movie, do you think you'll come out of the queue and they say, no sir, I will, whatever it is, I want to buy the ticket and watch the... You are giving that much importance to watch a movie, and this comes once in 5 years, an opportunity to elect the leader of this country. When we recruit people, we put lot kinds of restrictions, written tests they have to pass, they should be 99% marks in the IITs and all that, this thing. After that, several interviews, then only we'll do the due diligence. What he has done in the previous companies, whether he has done and messed up this thing. For employing one employee in your organization, you are doing all that. Whereas electing our leader, you don't even go and exercise your vote. And you think that they have to do great job for us. So that's when I created an organization called Let's Vote. It's an NGO. Unless educated people, we are supposed to be role models. Rural India, they are all participating in the election process. But unfortunately, most of the urban cities, educated people who are working in the IT, we'll take that as a holiday. So literally, we used to take the applications to all the IT companies in Hyderabad and get them voter ID card, and we ran several walkathons and all that, this thing, to make sure that educated people, because at least you, out of 10 people, suppose all the 10 people are rogues and all that, there is a provision given by the Election Commission called Nota. If you don't find any good people there, you go for Nota. If the Election Commission sees that more votes are given Nota, they will cancel that election. But we are not doing that. We are not even, we are giving all kinds of reasons. And today, one more big thing which is happening, we are all taxpayers. Why we are giving taxes to the government, either local government or central government, for creating good infrastructure, good healthcare, good taking all our borders, everything. That is the mainly meant for why we are giving taxes. Today, most of the political parties, they are just giving freebies. This is free, that is free. They are making everybody lazy, and with that what is happening, there's no money. Suppose state budget is X, they're giving 10X freebies. So how the government is going to run? How the basic infrastructure is going to be created? We are not asking. Everybody is afraid. I don't know why they are afraid. Because our own money, we are giving it as in terms of taxes. Why can't we, raise that issue? You cannot, give the freebies beyond X percentage. That is meant for these things. So unless we start questioning these things, otherwise we are only creating a mockery of democracy, and the kind of money that people are giving for buying the votes and all that, this thing is not good for the country. Everybody has to stand up, and we have to create a good, healthy democracy. Then only this great nation will march forward. I request all of you to participate in this coming elections by exercising their vote. Thank you.
So it's always an honor and a lot of learning talking to you. And so with this, we'll end this thing.
Thank you.
To stay informed about the startup ecosystem, subscribe to MyStartuptv.
As of now, I would like to call upon the Chief Executive Officer at Bitwise, and that is Mr. Dhwanit Malani. He'll be joining us on stage. He's right in the front, and he'll be having his keynote address, which is Disruption to Innovation, tying down to what me and Shagun did on the stage. Welcome, sir. The dais is all yours.
With some very delightful insights from Dr. Chaudhary, I do want to sort of take that conversation a little bit ahead also. But before I start, I also want to say that I was quite filled with pride when I was witness to Rashmi's performance, and the way it really sort of made sure that, all of us are there to be the winners. So thank you, Rashmi, for that inspiring performance. So moving on, there is a documented chat with ChatGPT. And I wanted to talk about that a little bit so that, we sort of set the context for all of this. So the question posed to ChatGPT was, do you understand anything at all? So the answer that came back was yes. The second question that was posed was, do you have conscience? Do you have a sense of morality? The answer came back was no. So the third question that was posed was that, do you have independent thought? To which ChatGPT responded saying, no, I don't. So essentially it said is that while the answers are conflicting, one of the key things that I lack, which is the conscience and morality, is not because I'm not trained on it. It's because I'm a language model and you are a reasoning machine. And I think that part of the conversation where it defined what it was and what we are sort of sets the entire context of what AI is all about. Which essentially brings to the point that AI applies its methods and creates results. It is for us humans to make sure that those, how significant or attach a significance to those results and then sort of, take the decisions forward. And therefore it is extremely important for all of us to be impressed with AI, but not be overwhelmed with it. That is one key piece that I think is very, very important for us to understand. Therefore, the key part again comes in is, are we going to be enslaving ourselves, or are we going to be enslaving AI for our betterment? Are we going to be monitoring it? Are we going to be ensuring that it is one of the many tools in our toolbox as against it overwhelming us completely? And I think a lot of those, it is moving in that direction in terms of the governance that we are trying to put in around AI and ensure that this is what happens. So, coming over to the talent piece, and essentially that is what has ended up happening, is that across organizations, and I'll sort of now come over to the talent piece, across organizations what has happened is that we've all got overwhelmed, we all look at ChatGPT, we all look at the fantastic responses it gives out, and there is this whole whale of screen where we don't know what it is doing behind. And since we don't know what it is doing behind, we are fearing it. And this has come as a disruption, but obviously we will have to innovate and we'll have to make sure that we are up to it. So what does that really mean? So for an organization, what does it mean to be AI enabled? So it essentially means is that these emotions that come out from people, I don't know what is happening, or I don't know how to go about it. I don't know how to empower myself with AI. I don't know how to consume AI. I don't know how to create AI. Those emotions are the ones that we need to solve as part of the entire talent upskilling that we have to do to tame AI, so to say. And it is all about emotions, it's all about human. And therefore, AI can't solve that problem for us. We have to solve that problem on our own. So I'm going to move into a sort of a case study of what we intended to do at Bitwise, and I hope, I'm sure a lot of companies are doing that, but I hope there is something different that you may find in what we ended up doing. So the whole point essentially was that when this came on, there was a lot of buzz. We talked about jobs going, we talked about a lot of jobs getting redundant, but the whole point was we have to reflect on all of this, right? And we have to make some decisions of how we ensure that it doesn't happen, or at least attempt to make sure that it doesn't happen, or the impact is very minimal. So those reflections, which again are very human and can't be done by AI, sort of came through, and it all ended up being that there is a need to have conversations about all of this. Those conversations can't be based on superficial knowledge and reading about AI on the internet. There are millions of stories littered around internet, but those are the ones that end up overwhelming. So what sort of conversations are we really going to have about AI? And that's where the whole idea within the organization was that it was a simple way of that would be, okay, let's set up some training modules, let people go through the training, let them understand what AI is all about, and it's sort of done and dusted. And then whenever a project sort of comes in, since we are in IT services, whenever a project comes in, we'll take care of it. But I think it had to happen a little bit more deeper than that. Those conversations had to happen in a manner where there is a connect between say, the management group, the managers, and people in terms of really talking AI. If there was just a training that was set up, training would have been done, implementation would have been driven by the market. So the whole idea here was to look at it from two perspectives, have people wear two hats. One is that of a consumer of AI, and the other is that of a, so to say, creator of AI, or an intermediary of AI for a business function. So when a consumer of AI, from our perspective, our simple goal was, how do I put AI as a tool in our developers or in the entire software development life cycle? And that essentially made us ensure that it was not just the training, but through the entire development life cycle, right from the requirement phase to deploying it in production, to production support, where are the areas where AI can actually help us bring in efficiencies. And the whole intent was not to look at AI as a mode of convenience, but how can it bring in efficiencies. But there's a very slight difference between convenience and efficiency. And one of the examples that constantly keeps coming up is, suddenly one fine day you receive an email from a person that you've known for a long time working with you, and the email tone has changed. You can't relate to that email because that email has been written in a very different manner, a lot of flowery words. And what has ended up happening is that the reader has now gone into a thought process of how has this email come through rather than focusing on the message. So this is convenience, where I've used ChatGPT to draft an email and send it out. Versus from an efficiency standpoint, there are a lot of times that you need the first draft, which you can then work through and create and put in your personality, put in your emotions to that email, so that when that email is going to the reader is focused on the message and not on who is this new person or how is this email got generated. So these are like the very nuanced differences between convenience and efficiency, and we wanted to make sure that that is also comes in there. That when AI is implemented in the entire software development lifecycle, how is it that you are going to ensure that there are efficiencies in the way, and you are not putting in conveniences where, say as an example, I upload the requirement document, I get a code, that code I may or may not even check, I may not even develop or rather test and deploy it in production, thinking that if it is come from AI, it has to be right. Now this is exactly where parts of human reasoning, part of understanding of really what is it that the business needs, those are the things that come into play, and they are embedded throughout the life cycle. So when I want to test it, I may have test cases being written by the AI, but I want to make sure that they are reviewed by me, they align to the business requirements, and associated test data also gets created, and that entire process is followed. When it comes to deployment, DevOps, or any of those other aspects that we keep hearing about nowadays in the technology world, where is it that AI can be embedded all the way through production support, where if the system goes down, how is AI going to respond to it? And if that response is right, if that response is ethical, if that response is ensuring that there are no business losses associated to any fix that may go into production support. So there is a lot of human element associated to all of this when you are the consumer of AI, and in our industry, the consumer of AI essentially is in this part. But talent is not just limited to technical talent. Talent is also available in HR, talent is also available in recruitment, and also all other business functions. And that's where, how do you ensure that those functions are not threatened? How do you ensure that you sort of pick their brains to put in AI in a form that it is an efficient way of further bringing in efficiencies within the entire system. And that's where we built sort of groups of SMEs and developers. So I've learned something. I've understood how it can be, how AI can be embedded into the entire life cycle. Now I have opportunity to also implement the AI packets into the system where they can help not just the developer get a better handle on when I develop an AI code, how do I test it? So I have something that goes to ChatGPT and that comes back to me, whether that is right or wrong. So there has to be a testing associated with that. How do I deploy my AI packets into production environment? How do I ensure that they are integrated into the current systems? So those are the experiences that the development or the technical panel gets. And there are other exposures that rest of the business functions get in terms of actually understanding the capabilities of AI, and therefore the fear or the overwhelming part about AI that is sort of spreading a little bit settles down. So you start seeing all of this as a tool for betterment, for efficiencies, rather than it potentially taking over my job. And if I am AI enabled, then I can ensure that whatever those are there, I can use it in the right manner. So this was sort of a broad level, how do you call it, a case study that was implemented, which essentially helped. It's a work in progress case study. We're continuing to evolve from that point onwards. We've built that AI into our offerings, but the point that I'm sort of trying to make is that it has helped bringing in efficiencies a lot, and we've consciously focused on that it doesn't become a tool of convenience for people and therefore creates issues in a later time. I also wanted to quickly touch upon some aspects of how academia can essentially make sure that the people that are coming out from the universities are sort of AI enabled. We've been talking about machine learning, we've been talking about data engineering, we've been talking about a lot of these other aspects where courses have been developed as part of the academia. But I think it will be important for us also to look at some aspects of AI which have now got evolved. I know for a fact that everybody knows that Python, R, and all of these have been used in the past, but that fundamental programming I think is going to be very important, and we should continue to focus on that aspect. Look at various other databases that AI has started using, like vector databases, which are not part of the curriculum. And I can share that list with Chinmay, and who can send that out. But that's what we see as a need, therefore I wanted to share that out. The entire data science piece, that is something that we've not looked at it from a university and from a skill perspective, we've not looked at it in depth. So, the entire piece from data preparation to data visualization to finding various unknown relationships between data, that whole part, of course, needs to be done. We should definitely have a course on AI ethics. I think it's important for us to understand what is it that AI can't do, and where is it that we need to step in and make sure that it is reined in. And what else? Give me a second. Deep learning frameworks, that's another piece that we should. So essentially, I think it will be important also for us to look at it from two personalities. Some personalities are well suited, or some personas are well suited for commercial deployment of AI, where they end up consuming the AI services, creating applications, integrating AI into current applications, and sort of rolling them out. And the other is the research piece, and that's where I think focus is needed for us as a larger community to make sure that that part is something that we don't lose out on. So how do we ensure that research on AI also happens as much as it's happening in China, as it's happening in US, which are the two major countries that have invested a lot in AI. I think that's one part there where we need to invest from a research standpoint. And of course, the practical projects and case studies, those are something that even universities can look at. what are the various daily challenges where AI can be embedded, give those as projects to students, and have them go through this entire life cycle of understanding how an AI application is developed, deployed, supported, used, all of those aspects. And finally, yeah, it's important that AI also is used as communication skills. A lot of times what ends up happening is there is a sort of a gap between what the business wants versus what the technical developer really understands. An example on this was that there was I was building something within my house, and I wanted the architect to develop something. I was trying to communicate that with the architect, couldn't. Finally, I ended up going to Delhi, put in some prompts, created that image that I wanted to create, and I sent that to architect. What it did was essentially reduce the timeline from say 5 hours of conversations of trying to explain what I really want to 2 minutes of conversation, because there's a visual representation of what I really wanted, and it sort of moves forward. So that's the way I think we will also look at how businesses, what they want, what they're seeking, we are able to translate that into something that the developers understand. And that bridge is a very good bridge where BAs or the business analysts can actually use AI at a huge advantage. And such way all the way down the multiple streams. And finally, of course, the key thing that we shouldn't forget and we should constantly focus on is what are our strengths. Our strengths are reasoning, our strengths are analytical skills, our strengths are emotions, our strengths are communication skills. Those are the ones that we should continue to enhance within the people in our universities, within our organizations, of course, to make sure that it continues to remain as a toolbox within a employees' larger toolbox. It remains one of the tools and doesn't overwhelm all of us. I think that's all I wanted to say. Thank you.
To stay informed about the startup ecosystem, subscribe to MyStartuptv.
My next speaker, a visionary entrepreneur with a stellar background from IIT Delhi and then IIM Calcutta. Anything else left? Lawyer of the Supreme Court. Okay, he's also led startups to an impressive $63.48 million valuations. He's just not a successful leader, but also a force of innovation. Ladies and gentlemen, at the present, he's the Vice President of SEED at Chitkara University, and his phenomenal journey includes pivotal roles as the CEO at STPI Next in the government of Haryana. Mr. Garg's commitment to shaping a brighter future through education and innovation makes him a true architect of the future. Ladies and gentlemen, his conversation is going to be about innovation and academia, catalyzing the Indian startup landscape. So with a thunderous round of applause, please welcome Mr. Piyush Garg on stage.
I haven't seen much of the forums where it goes without saying that there is a divide between the industry and academia. So did happen today as well when Mr. Srivastava was giving the presentation. It's been over 2 decades that we have been talking about this industry-academia divide. How many more years? Whenever we talk with the industry, we always talk about that the academia is not catching up. At the same point of time, we are seeing a lot of statistics, we are seeing a lot of numbers coming up on LinkedIn, coming up on Instagram, coming on different educational statistical medias about how we are faring in terms of number of patents. So let's just quickly have a glimpse of what we are doing right now. So India is the 3rd largest startup ecosystem in the world. 1.12 lakhs of registered startups in a country. 111 unicorns. This data has been corrected because some of the unicorns have fallen off the brackets. So now we have close to 111. 9.5K investors participated in the startup funding this financial year. Okay, this is the number. 1.3 mergers and acquisitions. $140 billion of funds are raised by the Indian startups. $140 billion. 5.3 thousand startups actually got funded in India this year. Combined valuation of the Indian startups who are still in existence, over $450 billion. So if we continue, we may have a couple of other startups with a cumulative valuation of all the startups crossing Apple's valuation. 21 listed Indian companies. China, USA, European Union. 10-year CAGR, GDP per capita, 5%. Look at the numbers, 8%, 3%, 1%. So are we doing better than United States or are we doing better than European Union? I think everybody knows the answer. Consumer fintech adoption rate, 87% for China, for USA and European Union. $189 billion, $369 billion, $256 billion. CAGR of FDI inflow, 10%, 11%, 4%, 6%. This is the latest data, Global Innovation Index rankings, which just came out. Switzerland, Sweden, United States, UK, Singapore, Finland, Netherlands, Germany, Denmark, and South Korea. So these are the top 10 countries which are ranked highest on the Global Innovation Index, the Nordic countries. When the world is coming back to India, why are we still 40th in Innovation Index? Okay. I'm just seeding the thoughts. I'm leaving you with certain thoughts. Now, if we see how this transition happened, 2020 we were 48, 21 46, 22 we were 40, and still in 23 we are 40. It's R&D and GDP ratio into the research and development and education sector that makes a significant impact. So just keep asking the question to yourself, why Nordic countries are in top 10 in the innovation rankings, much ahead of other developed countries. So when the Western world has been able to harness the power of science and technology by building a strong connect between industry and academia, India is still behind. I may be representing one of the universities, but I would like to go and interact beyond the university badge which I'm wearing, for the time being, to understand that how as a country we are faring in terms of industry academia collaboration and how we are actually strategizing the growth around it. These are the number of incubators vis-a-vis the universities. Private universities, we have 205, we have 95 incubators. Central universities, 38 and 9. State universities, 340, 36. Institute of National Importance, 52 and 38. Deemed universities, 91 and 33. तो सारा burden क्या सिर्फ IITs के ऊपर है या IIMs के ऊपर है? What is going wrong? Why there is such a lack? All the academic ecosystems are contributing to the patents, to the research, to the skill development, adoption of innovative and emerging technologies, upskilling to increase the rankings, which matter the most for our country, matter the most for the population base of 1.4 billion people. How we need to do it. Now I'm just transitioning from what are the challenges and how we can move forward. It will not happen in a day. It will not be done by one person. It will not be done by Chinmay alone. Collaboratively, when we're talking about science and innovations, we are focusing on scientific publications. There is a thrust on RD, research and development investments. International patents are being filed. Technological processes needs to be adopted. I'll be highlighting, so when we talk about early adoption in academia, when we talk about early adoption in industries, how many universities you can count which are actually right now working on the 6th generation communication technologies, 6G. We are the phase of transition. We don't need an IIT degree. What about the people who do not have access to the labs in IIT Delhi or IIT Madras? Just as a matter of respect for what sir said. How are we leveraging our demographic dividend? 40% of these patents are actually filed by the IITs, NITs and CSIR. 31% sir, other private universities cumulatively. I will just show you that how we as one of the ecosystem players collectively are doing some of the things. I'm representing one of the universities, Chitkara University, one of the prominent universities in North India with a very strong presence in 4 states. We call ourselves P2P institutions, primary to PhD. We have 2 big universities, one in Punjab and Himachal, 2 schools as well. We also focus extensively on the research. Over 1 lakh students, academicians, researchers, scholars, and alumni working together. I just want to present myself as a case study. I'm not boasting about it. I'm just presenting. We are also on the learning curve. But what are the small steps which we took so that we can contribute to the growth of the nation? Just to put the things in the perspective and the content, we have been ranked as 5th largest private university for the grant of number of patents. 2,900 plus patents already granted. Atal ranking of institutions on innovation achievements. So we have been ranked 2nd across the country under ARIA. As an academic incubator and entrepreneurial ecosystem, these are some of the things which we are doing. Please just go through the highlights. Education and skill development, incubation and acceleration programs, research and innovation, entrepreneurial ecosystem, mentorship and guidance, access to funding, cultural and ethical considerations. How do we bring all the stakeholders together from across the country, across the globe, work collaboratively and make this change happen? This is a small punchline which we have for our entrepreneurial ecosystem. And we are proud to say, Chinmay sir, My Anatomy is part of Chitkara University, who have been making a brilliant story. He has taken a task for himself, a strong enabler for upcoming technologies and upskilling of manpower in diversified technologies. So we have taken a task for ourselves, taking ideas to the businesses and talent to the organizations. We are working across the domains and sectors, agri-tech, health tech, energy, sustainability, health and wellness, assistive technologies. Last week, Chinmay sir connected us with Geeta ma'am, and we immediately collaborated and started working on that. Atypical, right? So that's the kind of pace which we have, how we can implement and make the lives of our Indians and global citizens better. Why this ecosystem, or the case study which we have taken for ourselves, the strategy which we have taken for ourselves, is it successful or not? Let's try to analyze quickly in last 4 slides. Now this is one startup, Celebration Private Limited, current 3rd year student, registered as Celebration Private Limited with us, being recognized and felicitated by the Director General STPI among the top 20 startups of our country at the age of 20 years. So these two are the co-founders, working on the data analytics and the business intelligence for the micro and small scale manufacturers. Another startup working in the assistive technologies, Science Sense, 1st year computer science AI startup. It's a beautiful concept. Chinmay sir ne hame Atypical se connect karwaya tha because he was aware about this. Why I'm actually telling you about this solution? Because you can also connect. You are actually our brand ambassadors. 8% of our population is deaf and mute, with a population of our size close to 12 crore, 12 crores. How would they have been part of this interaction, this discussion, the wonderful ITTL Pune, which My Anatomy has organized? अगर आज कोई हमारे बीच में वहाँ बैठ के सुनना चाहता, उसका benefit उठाना चाहता, how would they have done that? So I was just, why I'm so emotionally connected. They also suffer from some medical ailments. Doctor के पास जाके कैसे बताएंगे? How would they tell the ailments to the doctor? Because doctor will not know the sign language. If they go to the banks, they go to some different organizations, how would they tell? And not even 1% of this population is graduate, because still our educational delivery system is vocal. The challenge is quite big, क्योंकि सबको sign language अब नहीं सिखा सकते आप. So we developed this technology. What we do is that, suppose this is a cell phone. I'll be using the sign language, but it will be converted on a real-time basis into text and then to speech with 92% accuracy. First year computer science engineering students. But the fun is, communication has to be bidirectional. Flip the phone. Whatever you are saying will be converted to the text and back to the sign language so I can understand. That completes the cycle of communication with the power of small device in your, which everyone has. Story, we have close to 237 plus registered startup, but I selected just few for the benefit of the time. Custo Shoe. The picture which you are seeing on the screen, it's a testament that how our university is empowering the rural people. This, what we do is that we completely design all these footwears and the bridal lehengas using the AI technologies, work out on the designs, but the designs are actually converted to the final products by these people. And they are not the employees, sir. They are not the employees, ma'am. They are the partners. 30% of the entire revenue goes to them. Allurance Private Limited, another second-year startup. We all go to the temples at our places of religious worships. We offer the flowers as an offering. The flowers from the temples and places of worships, and convert it into those beautiful pieces of jewelry using the high gloss industrial grade resins and other chemicals, and preserve the flowers in their original form. So if you just focus, look at these jewelries, these have the petals, the roses, and other elements captured from those flowers and offerings. Who does it? Not just the startups, not just the students. The women, the unemployed women, the growing girls who are not continuing with the education, they do this, they develop this. And again, 30% of this goes to them as a partners. And last best practice which we do, we have many, but last, which is very important, we do not charge any equity from our startups. We provide you all the services, we provide you the support, we provide you the mentorship, the guidance, investment approach, plannings, everything. We do not charge any equity. Till the time we come as a financial investor. So if it is a grant, we do not take even 0.5% of equity. We help you provide, and we provide you all the infrastructure support. If you need to file a patent, we don't charge anything from you. We will provide you 100% financial support. We will provide you all the compliance assistance, and still you own the 90% rights as a copyright patent holder. So these are some of the steps which I would encourage all of you to work together, so that we have many more MyAnatomies making this change, bringing this change for our ecosystem. And we all would love to collaborate and work with you. And I would humbly request, if any one of you feel that we have the synergies, we can bring this change, we can be the change, please do connect with us. Google takes 48 hours, sir. We will get back to you within 10 hours. So you can just take a snapshot and please do connect to us. Thank you.
To stay informed about the startup ecosystem, subscribe to MyStartuptv.
AI is also going to be changing the landscape of the education sector, right from education to, of course, getting hired, that whole process in the middle. And then once you're at your work, how well are you going to be adapting to using these technologies? So we have a very intense and a very important session coming your way. The gentleman who's coming up on the dais right now, he has a rich career of over 2 decades. That's over 20 years across education, edtech, and the public sector. He's created a name for himself for driving sales and revenue in India and the SAARC regions. Along with this, he's just not a corporate leader, but also spares his time to be a mentor and an early stage investor, catalyzing success for edtech startups, thus solidifying his role as a digital transformation enthusiast and influential business leader. Ladies and gentlemen, he is here from Google today, and he is the education sales leader at Google Cloud. Please welcome Mr. Vaibhav Srivastava on stage.
Been a part of the industry for 20 years, spent a lot of time working with policymakers, educationists, industries to ensure that the gap between the industry and the academia tries to bridge up, right? Small effort, just trying to see we have a long way to go. But what we are going to talk today is about Gen AI. I think he said that AI is the buzzword. But what is Gen AI? Anybody who can just tell me how do you define a Gen AI and what is it different between an AI and a Gen AI? Anybody wants to take a chance?
Hi, I'm Rohit from ST Group.
Yep.
I believe it's generative AI, wherein artificial intelligence ensures to fill in the blank spaces, whether in image, video, or any form of media.
Okay, perfect. I think it's just an extension of what he said. Perfect. Okay, so not taking much time. Generative AI is nothing but getting a relevant answer to a question that you're asking to a tool, where the tool continues to learn on itself and make the answers more and more relevant, more and more accurate, more and more precise to the liking of the user who is trying to use that tool. Put it very simple, right? Now, but what do we do? What can Gen AI do in education? Has anybody thought about it? Everybody talks about Gen AI. We need Gen AI. It's the future. It's the buzzword. Everybody talks about it. But education में क्या कर सकते हैं Gen AI से? Times you will see reports where we say we are trying to replace people. There are people who make technology. It's not the other way around. So at any point of time, I personally believe we will still need people if the people are continuously learning on what they, how they're upgrading their skills, how they're continuously learning and becoming more and more ahead of the technology, because they are the ones who are going to create technology and not the other way around. A technology cannot give birth to a human being, right? It has always been the other way around. Moving front, so I'll just get to a crux of it, right? At Google, what we think can Gen AI do for education, right? Predominantly bucketed into 4 pillars: access, capability, content, and platform analytics. So what it means is that if I can get you access to technology wherever you are, irrespective of whether you're on campus, off campus, if you get access to the technology, if the student understands what the technology can do for him or her, I think that's what first thing that we need to do. Second is, can we enable educators to ensure that the learning experience is much more enricher, much more robust than what they do today? So making teaching experiences much more robust, right? Content, how do we give access to the content that a student or a teacher or anybody actually on the campus get the access to content which is more relevant for them, make them more productive on the campus, right? And obviously analytics is the buzzword, everybody knows about it. If I can get information on the click of a button which is more informed and makes my decision making much more simpler, at Google we believe that's what Gen AI can do to transform things. Now, it's a culmination of what all you said, right? What can it do for an education institute? Can we make students more creative? Can we make the teachers and faculty members more productive? Can we make everything that they do and much better on the campus, right? Rather than being what they're doing. Let's take an example. A lot of stuff that an educator today does on the campus is a repetitive stuff. Let's take an example. I'm an educator. I go to the class, I teach, I come back, and the assessments are coming, I create an assessment. I create assessments every time I do a class, or maybe over a periodic thing, if it's a monthly thing or a quarterly generated. So can I make assessments automated? So I as an educator can only focus on teaching and learning, right? That's one typical example. Can we inculcate innovation on the campus? Can we ensure that students are using their time more judiciously to make new things, create new things, think better, and learn more, right? Making them more skilled. How do you get innovative? If you get technology, you need to have the infrastructure at the back end on the hand of a student. So it doesn't matter that you need to be in a metro city or in a plush campus to get access to the information. It should be everywhere. It should be accessible. It should be there for everyone to go and use, right? And at the same time, as I talked about, can I give a teacher an assistant to do all the mundane work that he or she might be doing repetitively and use the time more to maybe go personalize, as the lady she said, right? Can we make the learning more personalized? Can we understand what is the individual need of a student than at a class or as a batch or any of these, right? So that is exactly what it is. So just imagine an institute where all students are performing at the best, where professors spend more time with the students than doing stuff which is more offline, where support is proactively provided. It's not that we are waiting for somebody to come and tell us what needs to do. It's all proactive. Things are assessed and given in a proactive manner than just waiting for something to go wrong and do it, right? With that, I think some of you are already using it. Anybody who uses even Gmail on a personal account, I'll just play a small video of a couple of minutes and you will see AI in action, what at Google we do, right? So this is already with you, right? All of you who are using Gmail, to some extent you get access to, when you write a mail, it gives you a prompt that what should be the next line, grammatical errors corrected, and this goes beyond, right? A lot of stuff of this that we do. I think all of the people who are in corporate will relate to me making a presentation, right? Creating a presentation out of the data that you have, drafting a response, getting relevant information, summary of what happened during the meeting. All of these things are extremely time-taking when you actually sit to do it, right? All of this is today possible using any of these Google products that you continue to use today, right? Now, as I said, so what do we do? So, we ensure that the tools that you already use, that you love, are already there with you. It's all connected. We all work in a collaborative manner. Suggestions that makes you more productive, time and saves time for you to do better stuff where you can put your thoughts and brains behind and then just trying to figure out what is the best way to do things. And obviously to get flexibility in place that depending on the role or the profile that you have on an institute. For example, an administrator of an institute will have a different kind of a job role or demand to do, right? A teacher has a different role, a student has a different role, a parent who is actually also part of the ecosystem has a different role in the institute, does that, right? So all of these things can be, is made possible using the GenAI piece of it. Now, when it comes to putting all of this together, we were, at Google, we were thinking about it for long. This is my third year at Google. I'll just complete 3 years. And when I joined 3 years back, we were struggling to figure out that how do we reach out to educators, because everything is there, but there is no single window of giving you access to all of these things. Because it's there, it's always there. All of you have using it, but it's in bits and scatters, right? It's somewhere something is there, somewhere something is there. Everything that we talked about. At the same time, it ensures that the benefit is actually passed on to the student and the end user who is trying to access that information, right? And that's where we just launched our program called Digital Campus on Google Cloud. The announcement happened on 21st of September in Delhi. We are doing multi-city things. This is the 4th city I am doing. We have done Delhi, we have done Bangalore, Mumbai. Pune is 4th. We are going back to Bangalore next, I think, first week of December. Talking to educators like you, getting educators around 50 to 100 kind of educators who are trying to use this information and see how can we mature this program. This is the first leg of the program, and I'll go into details what this program does and why we have even designed this program. Going forward, any education institute who wants to engage with Google Cloud, whether it is in terms of any kind of a partnership, in a kind of a products that you want to use of Google, or in terms of any kind of skilling that you want to do for your teachers, for your students, this program will be a single window of engagement with us. So anybody who wants to get access to any person or resources at Google Cloud, I'll send you a link. Just go register yourself there. Somebody of us will reach out to you to see what we can do for you. Now, what's the genesis of it? We are seeing a huge hike in demand of the people who are certified on Google. And it starts at college, right? If I can train a student on my technology while he or she is in an institute, I think that's the best bet for any one of us, right? Because whenever he or she is in the industry, getting hired at any of the, whether it's a startup, whether it's any of the corporate, if they are already aware about what Google technology is, it is going to help me in a longer run. Certifications become a big part of the skilling. While I love interacting with students, by the way. I do a lot of guest lectures or kind of seminars at the campus. But when I talk to these students, right, who are especially in third or fourth year of any technology related course, I think they all talk about that how do I get myself skilled? And my answer to them is the best way to get skilled and prove to the world that you are skilled is to get certified, right? While our education system is trying to find ways with a new NEP coming in place and it's getting implemented, which will take a while, most of things are getting implemented, but we are still some time away where the studies that is happening on the campus is most relevant for a industry that is looking for. There is already a industry academia gap, right? All of us will agree that whatever we learned in our 4th year of engineering or maybe 2nd year of MBA, right? But when we graduated from the institute, the information was not that relevant, and we took 6 to 7 months to even get abreast to the latest what is going on in the technology, right? To bridge that gap, the first thing that we can do for a student is to get certified. And this program actually brings that into the table. What do we do, what we as Google Cloud do for education, right? So that brings on all the tools, that the video that I showed you, everything comes on the table with that. And the ultimate goal is to making students feel future ready. When I say future ready, it is related to making them more employable, more hireable, more abreast to the latest of the technology. So bringing all of these four pillars together is where the digital campus for Google Cloud is born. Depending on how large the institute is, and when I say large, not in terms of the campus size, but in terms of the number of students, any of the education institutes can actually subscribe under one of these three pillars. It's the standard tier, it's a premium tier, and the elite tier. A standard tier starts with 1,000 students. So any campus who is between 1,000 to 2,999 students fall under the standard tier. Any institute which is 3,000 to 99999 number of students fall under the premium tier. And any institute which is having more than 10,000 students fall under the elite tier. We offer, and by the way, none of this except the student access to the tool, none of this is chargeable, right? It's all coming as a complementary part of the package. So if you are, for example, a premier digital campus on Google Cloud, we will give you, first thing we give you a co-branding that you can call yourself a campus on Google Cloud. Second, we give you seats where a student can get access to the content to get certified on the latest technology resources that is available from Google Cloud, right? So that's the second thing that you get as an access. We are also ensuring that if you have good number of students who are wanting to get certified on it, it's important that you have in-house capacity to make them enabled, right? So what can we do for teachers? So we have something called as a certified trainer program. It's called GCT, Google Certified Trainer. You can nominate as an institute some teachers in your institute who can become train the trainer kind of a thing, right? So Google will train them on the technology, and at the same time the teacher can actually go and start teaching the students on the same thing. So you have an in-house capacity to get the student, because we have realized that giving access to content is not enough. Students sometimes come back and fall back on the facilitator or the lecturer or the professor to see how do we learn to that. So we are ensuring that is happening. We give you some cloud lab credits. So if you have learned the technology but now you want to test it out, obviously at a student level you don't want to pay for it. So you get credits in terms of the number of access of labs that you get. So student can go and just use those credits again, redeem it against the labs or the practicals they want to do, right? And I'm not going into detail, but elite will have more benefits. And if any campus for some reason is falling below 1,000 students, please reach out to us still. We can still customize something for you and work out to you, but the program in the standard format starts with 1,000 plus campuses. Now, we are also ensuring that we have got partners in place. And when I say partners, these are mostly education technology companies who have built their solutions on Google Cloud to be there for you, right? Because at Google, we are very limited capacity, limited accounts. I or my team can reach to only few institutes in a personal capacity, but we have got these partners who can scale, right? For example, My Anatomy is one of a classic example. They are one of the partners who are working with us to ensure that all of this technology is transferred to the end level, to the tier 2, tier 3, tier 4 cities where the campuses are located. So in a nutshell, what we are trying to see is that using all the technology prowess that Google has, how can we bring it to the last mile to the students to ensure that it is widespread? The technology is not only for the privileged ones, it is for everyone to access. And how best can we ensure that this whole access to the student level is given irrespective whether the campus is a tier 1 campus, tier 2 campus, or irrespective of the city they are in or in the state they are in, right? We want to reach the remotest part of the countries, ensuring that all the students, even if they are underprivileged or coming from some kind of an economically challenging background, are still having access. That's the reason everything and anything that we do outside the products that you purchase is all free. It's all coming as a part of the parcel. It's a cost to us, but we are ensuring that it gets to there. Now the question comes at what do I do? How do I get there, right? So I'm just leaving this screen open for you. Just scan this code, take a picture if you want. This will open up an interest form for you. It will take you to the details of the website where all the details that I just presented are available. Just go fill your forms, express your interest, and somebody from Google Cloud within 48 hours will be in touch with you to ensure that there is some access, and you have some answer to the question that you may not have.
To stay informed about the startup ecosystem, subscribe to MyStartuptv.
Thank you so much. Where is Shagun? I was looking for her. Shagun came here, 13-year-old, and gave me a goosebumps that this is 13-year-old and we're going to talk about AI here.
Check.
Not sure whether we understand them. I think something similar I remember, Shagun, when you were speaking. My son is in first year of engineering, and they have this large campus, they don't let them go out. So one of the doors, they have 2 days off, and they said, "Okay, Papa, I want to go out to the nearby city." I said, okay, then there's a long process. They went through the process. I have to give approval on the internet and all those things. And then they went out to the nearby city, Indore. So I said, "Beta, you are going to be in Indore for 2 days. Whichever place you visit, please make a list, because next time when we come, we also can see those places." The response is, "Papa, we are here to eat. We're not going anywhere." And they bought the room next to the shopping mall and they ate for 2 days. So I think we don't understand really the generation, what 13-year-old or the 16-year-old guy, the kind of mindset what they have. But I think we're trying to do something here for them as well, because they are going to be eventually the consumers of everything. Everything since morning is about AI, AI, AI. So many reports, wherever you have seen. The CAGR, I'm a Gujarati guy, I understand money a lot. So CAGR, the cumulative average growth over next 7 years. Any report you find which is less than 20, there might be 2 more tickets to Southeast Asia. Every report says minimum 20%, and there is a reports which goes that 35% CAGR for AI kind of businesses. All the businesses, you can leave them behind. Every investment is coming in form of AI, AI, AI. But where is the investment going? I'm just taking few minutes to set the context that what I'm going to speak or talk or extract the things from this big brains here. That where are we going to go? Where is the investment happening? Everybody knows that when you want to do something on AI, you need huge money. The infrastructure, the payments, and all those things are huge. I heard that Microsoft is poaching for Google talent, and last week, in short, one of the snippet was that 10 million they're offering to developers. 10 million a year. That's the kind of money they're investing. If such money is required for talent acquisition or infrastructure, what is that they're going to develop? One of the TED videos, I saw something which they call it long tail problem of AI. What is long tail program? The most of, or Pareto you can think of, the 80-20, the 80% of investment is going only in the 20%, and rest of the things are still not attended. One example which came out, the friend of mine, he runs a pizza chain. And if you see the billing in the evenings, this set of pizza, that pizza, that pizza, that pizza, and then there's times when the customer wanted a specific pizza, but they don't have the ingredient. I was thinking whether this guy, if he gets an AI kind of system, which tells him that Monday evening, these are the set of pizzas, Tuesday, Saturday, Thursday, day-wise, and which time, who comes and what kind of pizzas should be done, he should have right ingredients already in the place. But I'm sure this guy is not being attended at this point of time. The majority of money where it is going is in web search, advertisement, whether you do or you understand or you don't understand, you are already being worked upon. So these are the areas where the most of the money is going. So there is no inclusive AI as of today. Jay Chaudhary sir, you are here. Couple of things you said, the Vasudhaiva Kutumbakam. We are all sitting in India. And at that point of time, I remembered something, that humans, how they're important. Aryabhat found 0. What is the contribution of India? So this is slightly a side talk kind of thing. And I'll try to speak a verse or a shloka, not too good in the Sanskrit, but I will see if I can. And I'll ask if anybody has heard of this. So this is what it goes. Anybody has heard about this Gopi Bhagya shloka? Heard of this? Gopi Bhagya? Gopi Bhagya Madhuvrata, Shringi so Dahi Sandigda, Khala Jivita Khavata, Galahala Rasandhara. This is, pronunciation obviously was bad. Actually,
भाग्य मधुव्रात शृङ्गिशोदधि सन्धिग खलजीवितघाताव गलहालारसन्धर.
anybody has heard this before? The human will never get replaced. I get the feeling after hearing this. This is 1600 AD, so something around 1800 years ago, Haridatta wrote this. Grihacharini was a document. What got embedded in this, you will be really surprised. I'll give you a clue. If I were to ask how many colors are there in rainbow, what do you remember first? Very simple. If I have to ask you, how many colors are in rainbow and which are those colors? What is the first word comes to your mind? Vibgyor, isn't it? The codification. The codification has happened in the shloka. The shloka is in praise of Lord Krishna. That Lord Krishna, please protect us, all those, that's a meaning. But this has a value of pi for 32 decimal points. Value of pi is embedded in this up to 32 decimal points. Cut pi, the system which was developed by Haridatta. All you have to do is very simple thing. Ka, kha, ga. You write it up to 1, 2, 3, 4, 0, up to 9 and 10. Then again, whatever is left, you write again, you write again, you write again. First word. So go, P, bhagya. So go, ga gets 1, 3. Ka, kha, ga. You remember? So ga gets number 3. So that's where the pi value starts. P, go P. It comes in after second line. So it gets value of 1. Cut pi the system, if you look up, all you have to do is map these words, ka, kha, ga, into 1, 2, 3, 4. You speak, you recite the shloka, and you get a value of pi up to the decimal of 32 decimal points. So human values are embedded in our Indian system amazingly. I think some point of time, we as a senior and the new brains like Shagun and my son, they're going to bring out that side of the story, whereas we will have a responsibility to preserve our side of the story together if we confluence. We'll talk a lot about it, the AI, the kind of impact which it has had on all of our lives. We might have been influenced by those things. So we'll talk about that as well. The inspiration, where does it come from, such things? The innovation. And if all things are in place, what are the imperatives? 5I is what we want to talk today. And so this coding system has worked so well, but old people like me, now memory is a problem, and I think this cheat sheets, though in school I never used those things, but I thought, let me use this here. And I have a couple of questions. Let me start off, but with first I, the impact part. And I think impact part, Sachin, I would like to start with you. Sachin has worked with NASSCOM Regional Council, broader knowledge. And Sachin, I would like to ask you, what do you think is the impact of disruption of this AIA, whatever we keep talking, when people are moving from this traditional models to, let's say, quote unquote, AIA, artificial intelligence and automation, what do you think is the impact?
Yeah. First of all, I think good afternoon, everyone. I would like to start on a positive note. If a 13-year-old can talk on AI, I will say the impact is positive. Because this is the first time on deep tech technologies I have seen a 13-year-old talking. The traditional way was we used to call industry experts to talk on deep tech. Now we have 13-year-old talking about it, and very well said by Shagun. This question actually sets the tone for panel discussion because it's a wider question. There has been a lot of fear on AI replacing human beings. And as we keep on dealing, and we were having a side chat, one theme that emerges out of it is AI is not going to replace any one of us. Again, a positive note for all of you. But AI is certainly going to create disruption for people who don't know how to use AI. So that's the point that I want to start about. And there are 3 or 4 aspects I would like to talk about, Harish. One is the workforce dynamics. I think there has been a lot of discussion about jobs going away. McKinsey recently conducted a survey on 800 occupations and the processes which can be replaced by AI. And their outcome is, they said 30% of processes in 60% of occupations can be completely replaced by AI. But 30% is a smaller number. That means we still exist. So it's a phenomena that artificial intelligence and human intelligence can coexist. But I think it is important that we need to know where AI can add value. So that is about workforce dynamics. Second thing is the impact on economy in general. Dr. Chaudhary very well said, and I would like to talk about the advent of information technology in late 80s when personal computers were introduced. And I think he being the first employee of STPI, as he talked about, that time also there was fear about these blue-collar jobs getting replaced by remote, sophisticated technology and everything. And today here we are talking about multi-million jobs created. And Indian IT systems, I mean in NASSCOM we take pride of saying that it's a 250 billion economy created because of IT. So I'm saying AI will create new economies. It will create new industries. Some industries will go through challenges. So that is the second part, which is the economy part of it. Third area where it will definitely create impact is organization needs to go through overhaul. I think I was chatting with Hasit and other members here. AI will certainly necessitate a way of looking at processes which will be disrupted and how as an organization we are adopting those processes. There needs to be a change in terms of mindset and also process re-engineering. That is one area. Fourth area, I think I'll talk about the whole skilling and cross-skilling. And I think we have a lot of university partners here. I think again, Dr. Chaudhary and Mr. Malani also talked about it. It's high time that we get into AI-led education now, how we are really skilling our forces around it. Last but not least, and I'll spend more time because we have one more question coming on this, is the whole ethical aspect around AI, because impact is huge. We already see a lot of deep fakes and other things which are coming out of it. So AI needs to be used for right purpose, and responsible AI is going to be very, very important for that purpose. So news is, it's a good news. Positive impact, but needs to be handled carefully.
I think both the sides you said, the positive part, and I think being an executive coach, I'm trained to think only positive. So we'll go with the positive. I forgot about the negative piece already. Hasit, next question I would like to ask you. I think we'll go with the second I. We had a first of impact. We'll talk about the influence. I'm sure this AI discussion is happening every time in all the organizations. And we are always talking about we need new people. We need new people, new technology. They should be aware of it. How are you going to rethink and reshape the talent management process? I mean, when I say rethink, we're talking about the existing set of employees who might have to undergo the trainings and reorient themselves. And reshaping the whole talent management, that right from the university till their position, what's happening in the organization at this point of time?
I think it's very important we abstract the current AI phenomena in a right manner. And I try to explain this in a form of a impact on creator economy. I think term creator is a derived term which I am using from generative, correct? So when you say generative AI, but to make us understand, I use a creator economy impact. And let me explain what creator economy means in parlance of AI. Because there are 5 kind of creator functions which is deeply impacted by this technology. And I bucket into 3+2 category. Let me explain first 3, which is getting disrupted in a big manner, and thus it needs to be acted fast. First is the creator of code. Okay, and it is a CIO function and IT as an industry. So I am giving the function as well as the industry impact. So I think this is deeply impacted, and rapidly this needs to be addressed and adopted. Second is a creator of the content. So content is a media and entertainment industry and function-wise marketing and sales and marketing function, correct? We create a lot of content around that space. Third creator economy element is a creator of response, which is primarily customer service function, correct, across the industry, where people are responding to certain things. These 3 things are getting disrupted. I'm using term disruption to allude to the fact where the efficiency gain will be significantly high. And thus, the people who are part of these functions will have to adopt this technology faster than any other functions to avoid the disruptions, because it will be coming with such a high force and velocity. You will have to act fast, otherwise you will get disrupted. Second two creator economy elements has an amplification element, not disruption element. An amplification term I'm using to allude towards the speed to market. It empowers you, which is not efficiency play, but it will help you to be more competitive if you adopt this thing. And this is about the high-end skill work, which will be democratized because of this thing. And first element is a creator of products. So product design is a very complex skill, very high-end skill. Most of the products in any industry take 6 to 9 months of gestation period to create product, because the people who are involved in product designs are very few in the world. And because those are the choking points, and that's why it takes 6 to 9 months to come up with the new products. And this is where the speed will come into picture. You get a co-pilot, duet, or a digital assistant to do many high-end work, where it gets de-skilled to some extent. You get a ready-made stuff. I think we heard that interior designing work or architecture piece got assisted by certain things, correct? So, and 5 hours conversation happened in 2 minutes. So this is a creator economy element, which gets amplified. Very high-end work, piece of work can be outsourced to a lower-end people with the element of the co-pilot concept in picture. So that is the amplification of human potential, and thus you provide the speed and velocity, and human greed will be satisfied faster, because we are consumer of many things and will consume more and more. And people worry about this adoption of AI technology, that it will take away the job loss, but it will not happen at a net level, because we are very greedy species. We will consume more products and more services, and thus more needs will evolve. And these creator economy element amplification will lead to the more products and more services, faster speed. And thus, the net job addition will happen. Second creator economy aspect, which is getting impacted by amplification, is about the creator of the knowledge. And the industry which is impacted big time positively around is this healthcare, life science, oil and gas, all the people who are doing research of deep research of certain things. And thus they would be able to discover the oil field, discover the new molecules, and discover the new medicines faster. Because the ingredients needed to create this research is a knowledge. And this knowledge filtering and knowledge extractions will happen faster, and knowledge abstraction will happen faster using generative AI technology. And thus you will see the faster. The COVID vaccine came faster in 18 months of time against a 5-year time historically, thanks to this kind of technology which was there playing in background. And that is a positive impact. So once we see the impact, you will realize that the fundamental role of a human being, which was a creator, is changing to the editor and reviewer. Abstraction of all this thing is that human will not create most of the things. Machine will create certain things, and human in loop will ensure it's edited and reviewed. And by nature, reviewer and editor jobs in your corporate parlance is high-end job. Correct? You have very few people who does the editor and reviewer. That would mean that a lot of people need to move up in value chain in the skill perspective. And that is the reskilling, refactoring we are talking about, which is a heavy lifting of human potential to be changing a role from a creator to the reviewer and editors across the functions. Now, this is a mammoth task, and this is the scale in which it has to happen, because you have bottom pyramid people who are doing creation job, and very people are doing this thing. How do we lift the skill segment of this set of people to become editor, reviewer, and the lower end people are the co-pilots and the engines of machines, correct? So I think it has started influencing corporate talent function, but I'm telling it's influencing. Influenced are very few. Very few people have make a dent in the way the whole pyramid structure looks like, because pyramid will look very different. I think the reskilling and refactoring is potentially biggest hurdle to growth for any companies. I think bottleneck will be that, not your anything else, sales, marketing, demand, that is not the thing. But I think the reskilling, refactoring is the biggest bottleneck and biggest opportunity as well, both for individual and the people who are into the business of talent enablement, correct? It's an important function. And if you have abstracted the way I explained just now, then you are creating right scalable structure where this can be democratized and scale in an appropriate manner.
I think that's very insightful, when you layered it in the 5 different way, I mean, more I hear from you, I also understand that people have to be on their toe to realign and start understanding. And I'm sure it will set a lot of fear in the people's mind about the job displacement. Senior peoples especially, will I be able to cope up with these AI technologies? Will I be able to reskill myself and stay relevant and all? Ravi, I would like to ask you, because Ravi, though heading the whole company, he loves to call himself as a people coach. So he loves being with people. He's a people guy with us. And I would like to know from you that what are companies doing basically when employees have a worry about their job displacement? Because AI is there everywhere, and I mean, people are worried. What are the organizations doing it? What strategies they are adopting?
Sure. So before I answer that, Harish, I have a question for the audience. How many of you all have used ChatGPT or any AI tool? Wow, that's fantastic. Awesome. So all of us know the power of AI, right? It's not just talking about displacement of jobs which are at an entry level, right? We are talking about complex jobs. We are talking about jobs like graphic designers, content creators. We are talking about training roles, right? We are talking about SEO. All of this which we never thought, right, that AI would take over. AI is doing that, right? Now, if, I don't know if you have heard that news, a couple of weeks back, there's an organization in Poland. They have the first ever AI humanoid robot CEO, who's a part, her name is Mika. She sits on the board as well. And she sent the first video address to the employees. So now we understand the concern is fair.
Absolutely.
The concern is fair.
Yeah.
People have fear, people are overwhelmed, people are not able to understand, right? So from an organization point of view, the strategies are twofold, right? The first is psychological thing, right?
Sure.
We have to understand how we can make AI easy for our people. A lot of folks still don't know how it works. So we need to adapt to it, we need to embrace it, and we need to face the future. Only then we will be able to ride the storm, right, of disruption. The second thing that our organizations are doing is they're investing a lot on training, upskilling, reskilling, focus on learning, right? I mean, even though AI will take away jobs, but there are certain jobs which are, only humans can do. We have not been able to humanize AI, right? So we need to upskill our folks on skills like emotional intelligence, empathy, creative skills, complex problem solving. These are things that we need to upskill our folks. That is one part. We also need to reskill our folks. Let's say if we have technical guys, then they need to jump into it and understand how they can leverage AI to the benefit to improve efficiencies and stuff like that. The other thing is, if we have non-techie folks, right, then we have to make them aware of how it works. They can be users. They need to get exposure. We need not fear AI. We have to embrace it, and only then we will be able to ride the tsunami or the storm or whatever disruption is coming our way. That's what I would like to say, yeah.
I think tsunami is a word which gives, again, scare to the people who have lived in Tamil Nadu. But tsunami of disruption in positive way, if we are thinking about it. I think this reminds me of a statistics. If anybody you have to guess, let's imagine 2015 to 2020. Those days we were not even talking about AI, at least here in India, so much about it. Which countries were doing huge work between this time? Any guesses? Which country has done most work between 2015 and 20? Any guess? There's only 2 countries possible.
US and Israel.
China. China wrote 77,000 papers on artificial intelligence between these two times. Second was US. Third was India, about 25,000. 25,000 papers in 5 years, 5,000 per year. We're churning out 25 lakh STEM graduates every year. And we got 5,000 papers on AI. Sir, if we have to really leverage those things and not still stay as the people who are, let's say, in 98 and 96, sir, when we were outsourced, we were called as the high-end laborers, basically. We used to do those kind of work. We don't want to stay with that tag. We want to move up in the value chain. I think this is where my third eye comes. Impact influence is fine, but we need to understand that where is innovation coming from? The innovations comes from the university level, so research. I'm not sure we're investing enough to get that leverage of innovation. What's happening with the organizations? Arun, I would like to know from you. Arun holds strategic, the head position in, and I'm sure a university will be doing their part. But from innovation perspective, and we're not talking about just innovation, we need to add two words. Disruptive. Shagun, thanks for bringing that word. I think we need to have a disruptive entry. Second is, you do one-time disruptive innovation and forget about it. I think that's not going to happen. It got to be sustainable as well. What is organization doing to give that time and space to the employees to do this sustainable and disruptive innovation?
I think that's a good question, Harish, because in today's day and age where the change is happening at such a rapid pace, you have no choice but to innovate if you want to survive. Now, you definitely need both disruptive as well as sustainable innovation. The question which you bring out is very true. Like, what do we do for people inside the organization, and how do we cultivate a structure within the organization which will facilitate it? So the only way to do that, and at least what we've been practicing, is about building a fluid organization. So you break the boundaries around it, make people think more about data than procedures. So people are very siloed and very happy to sit in the little corner and say, this is my job, this is my role, and this is what I do. You break those barriers out, try to create a fluid organization. Everything gets driven by data. The moment you start doing that, people start thinking differently. You try to bring around a mindset shift. If you can bring that mindset shift, which runs as a program in the organization, you've got to run that. Unless you bring that in, rather than people saying that, hey, I've got X skill or Y skill or Z skill, and hence I should be paid so much or I should be doing so much, which is usually the case in the organization. You bring that mindset shift in to come back and make them think differently. The other part which is very important is also the disruptive part, which is where you want people to, obviously organizations are for profit, and there is a need to run the P&L every morning and every night. So you got to create an avenue of where we put a pocket of money, energy, focus, attention to try to help create the disruptive part of it. See, but once you do innovation, there's one big thing people have to remember, that it is not that you don't do it for the fear of missing out. You also got to remember the fear of messing up. You got to think from the day to operations. So today, what we talk today is facing the business. We got to solve business problems, but you can't mess up. You can't just create you can experiment aggressively, but you got to implement a little thoughtfully about it. And that's a very key concern, because today we are in front of systems and customers who are at the leading edge. And if I can't keep messing up things. And that's very critical for us. That whole mindset shift, the whole fluidity, the fluid organization element which comes in, I think those are the key elements which really help bring back what you call as data-driven effectual thinking. If you bring that kind of a model into play, I think we should do it. But I just wanted to quote two experiences, recent experiences. And I do travel to the US quite frequently. And some time back, I ended up in 2 universities in the US. And one was in the Penn State. And I was talking to the undergrads there in Comm Science. And they ran a 4-credit course just on English, which was very interesting, which I thought it was English for business speaking, presentations and all of it. And then I started talking to the people there, and then I realized that they were doing a 4-course credit on how English is spoken in Europe, to Eastern Europe, to India, to China, to Southeast Asia. And I was very curious. First of all, we're wasting time. And then the professor comes back and tells me that, look, you're missing the point. Tomorrow's coding language is English. And if my students do not understand NLP and how you can do it, what am I going to do with these first-year kids if they don't understand this? Fourth year, by the time they come back in, how am I going to teach them? That's a very interesting insight. I thought we all talk about business, English, and all of it, presentation skills in our colleges, but nobody pays attention to that. The second university I landed up was in Purdue. I was in Purdue, and I ended up there. And there I was talking to the professors, and we found that there are 2 4-credit courses just on problem solving. And I was curious of why not teach AI, why not teach the latest technology. And the principle was very simple. Look, skills will keep changing. If I can't teach my kids to problem solve, and this 2-credit courses on problem solving are the most aggressive courses in the university, which every student dreads to the nth degree about it. So it was a very interesting item of how you reskill people and how you create that mindset shift. And I think we as organizations in the country also have that onus to do it. If kids are being taught, and tomorrow's kids are getting taught, I think it's onus on our educational systems as well as us to really change the way we do things.
What do you think CEOs and CXO, you work very closely with these people, how can they inspire the whole organization to survive because survival is something, and also succeed in this new era of AI? What do you think is their role? How?
So one thing I would say is, in some ways I would go against the mood and say that the more things change, the more they remain same. Right? In terms of some of the basic things, especially at a human level, remain same. Right? They don't change so much in one lifetime. So at a CXO level, at a founder level, right, the motivational factors, how you inspire people, they more or less remain the same. You have to be able to appeal to people's core needs, right, their core motivations. And there are 2 sides. One is the positive side, which is inspiring them, showing them the vision, making sure that there is a common vision that people feel part of. Right? It's not just about creating a strong, glamorous vision unless people can see themselves as part of that future. Right? So that is the positive side. The other part is allaying the fears. Because biggest part that going to stop people from taking risk is if they're afraid of taking risk. So combining these two, like balancing these two in terms of creating that positive, enthusiastic culture, as well as identifying that certain people are not going to be motivated just by positive things. They are going to be more driven by fear. So making sure that you are addressing both these kind of people, because you need both kinds of people. Right? And kind of connecting to the previous question where it was about innovation, sustainable and disruptive, right? You need people who will be happy to run business as usual. You need to serve customers of today, right? You can't keep taking too many changes, too many risks in that business as usual part. And you need those people to be motivated, to be able to give their 100% and be rewarded for it, while there are people who will be motivated more by change. So you need to create space for both these people, both these kind of people in your organization. Obviously, as a leader, as I said, nothing much changes because ultimately you have to lead by example. Right? So you need to be able to reward. There are certain areas where you need to be able to reward efforts, not just the results. And because when you're taking risk, results are not always going to show up immediately. In terms of destructive, in terms of disruptive innovation, you'll probably be failing 99 projects and 1 will succeed. So how do you make sure that people are still willing to put their 100% on those 99 projects? Because if you don't do those 99 failures, maybe the 100 success will never come. So I think as a founder, as CXOs, it's this balancing act of making sure that today's P&L is showing the results that the board wants, that the stakeholders want, but at the same time thinking that few steps ahead, right? Rewarding the right people. So ultimately it goes to talent, goes to people, that are you able to get the right kind of people in your organization in the right place, and giving them that power and the freedom as well as that safety of that they will be able to do what they believe is right, and they know that, okay, one mistake is not going to throw me out of the team. Sure. Right? What we kept hearing through this whole World Cup, right? That there was a process, there was a confidence given to each player that go ahead and do what you are supposed to do. It's okay if you fail. Right? We lost the final, it's fine. But we won whatever 10 games, 11 games, right? You will not always win the final, it's fine, but you still go through that, achieve certain success, and that's what you need in a team. That's feeling of safety and common vision.
I think that's very well said. You know, starting with the vision, basically where we're going to contribute to protecting them and ensuring that failure is a choice. It's not a problem. I think that's wonderful insight, you know, more from the inspiration perspective. Let's come to the last and most important point of this. You know, we have analyzed impact and influence and innovation and inspiration. What do we need? What are the imperatives at this point of time? Do we really, I think you're founder of the company, I would like to check with you. Do we really have the technological landscape, the infrastructure-wise, are we really ready for leveraging this AI wave what we're talking about?
So I think from the infrastructure point of view, I would try to cover it in 2 points. One is the change of AI, because I think NVIDIA, sir, I was reading about something, they are saying they are melting GPUs today. So the amount of GPUs that they are burning, it's amazing. So I think the key important part is how much is the affordability of organizations to host AI within the same, right? And thanks to there's always a, हम बोलते हैं ना कि जो होता है अच्छे के लिए होता है. The cloud was the first thing to come before AI has reached to its stage. And possibly AI will give us that power of infrastructure and everything. I think the second most important piece where we are talking about disruption and the infrastructure is the change that every organization need to go through, right? I'll quote a very small example of automation that we were doing for an international customer, which was basically, there was a robotic software robot bots which came some time back. And we had to create the login IDs for those software bots, right? And obviously from a technology point of view, we went ahead and created some 200 IDs, right? And somebody from HR and admin came in saying, this is an international customer, they said, we maintain a ratio of people to the number of restrooms that we have, right? And suddenly we have observed that there are 200 people onboarded on this office, and we don't have the equivalent restroom. I mean, the point I'm trying to bring about is the change. I think what Nilesh brought out is right thing, that it is also important how we bring about the change, right? These new things, AI, they're very excited. It gives a lot of motivation to especially the techies to work on those new technologies. But I think it is the change management, even from an infrastructure perspective, or what your client wants, that is going to be important from an infrastructure perspective. So these are the two elements of change required from an infrastructure perspective, as well as the infrastructure to adopt the new technologies of AI.
Okay, that's interesting. I think, Nilesh, it tempts me to ask you this question because you come from the data security kind of background. Are we ready from that perspective when we talk about data security, data privacy? I think with AI, anybody can do anything. I mean, people are scared. Like he's scared as open your mobile and 3 minutes I'm going to send you the SMS without having a number. I mean, it's all scary. So are we ready from the data security and data privacy perspective?
Okay, so the answer that you want to hear is probably yes, but answer that you'll get is no, right? So, and I'll take it in 2 parts. One is as a user, right? As a user, my privacy of my data, security of my data. Like, as a user, I don't have any options today to secure my data, right? From prying AI or from the AI that I want to use. Like, there is not much control that I have in terms of what happens to that data. And at least in the very short term, there is no solution to that as a user, right? So the only solution that will come from is lobby platform creators to come up with solutions, to come up with frameworks that will ensure that users have more control on their data. And hopefully some decentralized platforms and solutions as well. But that's where the data security and data privacy part is today, as far as the AI context is there, from a user perspective. From an enterprise perspective, it's not much better, but it's slightly better. Because as an enterprise, your concerns are different, right? So your concerns are more towards the impact on the business, financial impact and all that. And there you have certain tools and certain frameworks that you can use to make sure that you are controlling the data that goes to AI and it does not negatively impact your business. And I mean, not to pitch Secure, but yeah, Secure is one of the technology that our customers have been asking us recently because of more and more of this Gen AI thing coming in, right? And they're worried because they are storing all their data in clouds. Their employees are using so much of all these AI tools to write maybe a sales email to a customer or a prospect, right? I mean, they're putting in sensitive information in that sales. There's some plugin on Chrome or something which is reading that data and giving them a jazzy email. But our enterprise has no idea where this customer data is now going. Because this tool, this Chrome plugin was never approved by the enterprise. Or even if it was approved, it's hosted somewhere in some cloud, it will disappear tomorrow. Right? Or there are documents lying on Microsoft 365, lying somewhere else, and there is sensitive data there. All the AIs are scanning these documents left, right, and center, and you don't know. So encryption at each stage, that has become almost a mandatory requirement whenever there is sensitive data. But at least enterprises have tools and money to be able to invest in that. But there are certain, I mean, there is still that, inertia of thinking that it's okay, right? Because there are other priorities. There are priorities that the board will care about, things that you can put on a PPT, right? Things that you can put on an annual report. So at the bottom layer, there is still a lot of inertia in terms of solving real problems when it comes to security and privacy. But it's changing because as I was talking to some of you before the panel, it is that the CISOs are directly getting charge sheeted for data breach. There's a case that happened just earlier this month in the US. So it's coming very close to people now who are in the position of taking those decisions. So I think enterprise level things are slightly better. They need to be much better because ultimately they impact users. And as enterprises create better frameworks and better solutions for data security and privacy, I think we as users will also end up benefiting from that indirectly.
I think this brings me to the last question, but most important as well, because when we talk about AI, people are getting excited as well as worried. Worried for something which is very important for all of us to think about it, that who's going to protect us? Do we really have the right legal framework, right ethical framework, for example? Legal somebody might put as well. Who will put ethical framework on where the search is going, where the AI is taking us? What's the moral framework? Ashwini, I would like to know from you, what is the ethical, legal, and moral framework, if at all it's available? What should be there?
Sure, thank you. Just on a lighter note, I'm feeling the pressure a tester generally feels when he's handed over a code to test on the last day of the sprint. The timer is right in front of me. Anyways, jokes apart, yes, so especially in Indian context, what we have figured out is, and I'll just build on what we have heard from other esteemed speakers, Dr. Chaudhary earlier. The government has a responsibility, obviously, to come up with some guidelines and framework. And learning from the lesson which was quoted by Dr. Chaudhary, the license Raj, right? Government should not become a barrier to the innovation, and AI has to thrive basically on innovation, right? How do you create an environment in India where you encourage the innovation, which is absolutely must for the evolution of AI? However, at the same time, you're running on a thin ice, right? It is too powerful. It is getting more and more powerful as you go with it every passing day. How do you put the basic checks and balances in place so that it is not misused, so that it is not used in a way which is contrary to human benefits? So basic fundamental values which are to be protected by any country's constitution, right? India's constitution has to be protected by our framework around AI as well. That everyone has a right to privacy. Is AI system helping you maintain it, or is it going to violate it? That becomes one of the premise of creating a framework around it. So government, to my knowledge, is taking steps in India to create that kind of framework. I myself was pleasantly surprised when I came to know last year that There's a AI portal which has got launched by Government of India. Probably not everyone may be aware, but please search for it, and you should definitely spend some time exploring it. They're encouraging all the AI enthusiasts, all the organizations, companies experimenting, developing AI solutions to come forward and contribute. They want to collaboratively evolve it to the next level, and that's the power of people, and that's the only right way forward. We know that, I was talking to other colleagues earlier, a few days back, that in the industry, knowing that the fundamental aspect always becomes people. How do you manage people? How are they embracing that change? So that people aspect is the most important, more than the technology. Technology will keep evolving. It has always been the case for decades, as we know in the known history. But how are people able to manage it becomes the fundamental core deciding factor. And if you drive this as a people movement, which is a step taken by government in India, I believe this is a right step forward. The kind of work which is some organizations like NASSCOM is doing, they have come up with the responsible AI toolkit, if some of us are aware of it. So I think, again, that is collaboratively built with industry partnership, that it is a toolkit which helps you understand what are the do's and don'ts when you're building an AI solution. How do you ensure that you do not cross the limits of morality, and you do not violate the ethics code, which is still being evolved. There's no one right sort of ethical code, right? Different countries are having different ethical codes. Morality could be just as simple as it is right or wrong, but ethical code takes it to the next level, right? So while you still evolve it, you need to create an ecosystem and framework. It does not discourage innovation, but at the same time, it is setting up some right frameworks for its constructive evolution without violating the human's fundamental rights of privacy. I think that's the crux of it. I'll just take a pause with the shortest time available to me.
Sure. I would like to add. Yeah, sit then. We'll go.
So I just want to add, just to talk about the India's position as a country in this space. I think all of you must be aware that AI Summit happened in UK recently. As a sideline of that thing, the 30 people member team was created, 15 from UK and 15 from India, as a part of Government to Government Connect. And I was a part of one of the invitees among the 15 people of that initiative. And I think UK is looking for India to help creating trustworthy, responsible AI. And we collectively discussed for one full day as a sideline of AI Summit, this thing, that how India can help forming the trustworthy and responsible AI for UK as a country. So they certainly look for, because of the deep expertise in the technology, the kind of digital stack we have built at scale for the country, and thus our credibility at the world stage is extremely high. That what India can teach on this thing. And this is not one example. This is another example. We as a part of G20 chairmanship, again, a forum has been created by Minister of Information and Technology. And again, I'm inviting of the GPI initiative, which is Global Partner of Artificial Intelligence, in which all the world G20's countries are collaborating, and India is chairing those events and sharing what we can do as a community, as a global community, to create a trustworthy and the responsible AI. And believe me, the lot of work India is driving at a global stage on this thing. And I just want to give the import, while we can afford to fear, but I think, take an example, if all of you are taking various kind of pills, correct, for the headache, fever and all those things, if you start fearing that everything has a cyanide into it, correct, we will not be able to survive as a mankind. It's a kind of that. But if we could handle those kind of things also as a global community, as a human species, that we are able to control the drug safety, we are able to control food safety, we are able to control the nuclear safety, then why not AI safety? So my suggestion is that this is the first time as a mankind we are seeing a technology which can see like human, which can speak like human, which can listen like human, we can read like human, correct? Never ever in the history of the technology world, across the technology, since the motor has been invented or computing power has been, this technology has never come into picture. So fearing is not an option. Correct? I can only mimic the closest phrase which comes into soch kar, samajh kar, adopt kar. Soch kar, samajh kar, consume kar. Correct? That is the only phrase. And we have to keep doing that thing. I think that if you start fearing, I think we'll be losing such a beautiful technology's power. And as a country, we have everything in place. government intent, infrastructure, we are a little bit this thing, and the human capital. Correct? But one thing which we are lacking, which earlier you pointed out about one question, which country publish more number of this thing?
AI paper.
Yeah. So I think one of the government to government discussion which came out, India as a country has only 387 PhDs in AI. Just 387 as a population of 1.4 billion, you just alluded, as against China having 10,000 PhDs. I think this is the one gap. Again, it boils down to talent and skilling and all this thing. Why we as a country are not churning out this kind of thing? Because we would be eventually the largest consumer of AI in the world because of sheer population and the kind of vibrant economic activity which this country produces. But from there consuming to the creator role, I think that is something which we as a country has to create, and the PhD is one of the biggest vehicle to do that thing. And I think collectively industry, government and academia has to work together to create this volume to 50,000 or 1 lakh kind of number. How do we get into that thing? How do we make it attractive to the students? I think this is a bigger problem to solve. Everything else will be taken care of, I think.
I think that's brilliant. Let's hear from Sachin last, and maybe Sachin, you can give also this one-line agenda for everybody sitting in here. Industry guys, government is here. We have the institutions and all.
So I think both Hasit and Ashwin covered. What I would like to cover, because being on the NASSCOM's regional council, I think there are a lot of initiatives being taken by Government of India as well as NASSCOM, and I wanted to talk about, because the question is whose responsibility it is. It is government or corporates or institutions or individual. So I think at government level, if you look at legal framework, there is a national advisory for AI and personal data protection bill, which is going to set up the foundation. On legal framework side, organizations like MIT and Niti Aayog, they are setting up those things. NASSCOM, as Ashwin said, they already set up the whole toolkit for AI. At organizational level now, I think Nilesh touched upon CISO role being enhanced. I take example of my own organization. Now, earlier we used to have InfoSec policies. Now we have been bringing in AI policies as well, because it is very important at individual level we should be aware of what my role as an individual, and as Hasit mentioned, why not focus on AI safety. So I think that's what is important. So that's where I think we are progressing. It's work in progress. We have to do a lot of things because it's a disruption, and disruption will require a lot of changes to happen. With that, I'll come to the last point, which is common for all of us. So if I have to say one-line agenda for everyone, I'll say collaborate, innovate, educate. We need to all work together, educate new generation which is coming, and innovate things which are all going. Because I think it's a question of responsible AI, and I think inclusive growth that we are looking at.
That's wonderful. I think we can have one more person telling us single line agenda.
I can go there.
Yes, sir.
So I think my last piece is automation has been there since 1970s. We have multiplied in humans, and employment, I mean, no offense to all the big four consulting companies talking about so many million jobs will go and all of that. But I think this is an opportunity for the human race to adopt this as well. Right from start, every technology has disrupted and we have adopted to it. To all the numbers, Chaudhary sir, you were saying, one number to add is, by 2030, there will be 85 million jobs which will be vacant, right? So now, even as an organizations, you would have that gap always. So we need to think about how do we fill that gap to have the minimum amongst those. So I think automation has been there. AI is just a new tool which has been to the party newly. Thank you.
I think I can keep going on and on, but thank you so much. I think this was wonderful insights from all of you leaders. I'm sure there's a lot of things we have learned and still digesting. It's an in-process thing. Thank you so much.
To stay informed about the startup ecosystem, subscribe to MyStartuptv.
So I would like to take your opinion and how it's going to change your field, what you do for a living, and how AI is going to change that.
So could you set the ball rolling in 2 minutes, please?
I'll be very quick. First of all, every technology that comes in will first have the naysayers. When Uber came in, people were like, oh, Uber, it will not be good, it's not going to work. Today, every driver, if he's not on Uber, has no business. So you're going to have naysayers to every technology that comes in. And every technology will bring in challenges. Like when Uber came in, people were worried about safety and things like this, how will it work and so forth.
We are going to talk about all those things.
Yeah.
How it is affecting you.
How is it affecting me? First of all, for marketing, it's become easier. If I go on to ChatGPT, I can just type, help me write a write-up about a mentalist who's 39 years old, and the keywords like, I'm an Indian, and I'm performing for this, can you help me write a 150-word intro? It does it instant, and of course, I'm not doing a cut copy job there. I put my brains and I change it, but yes, it helps me make a bare bone skeleton very easily. So this is one. Number two, with a lot of marketing concepts about, coming up with content for your website and SEO kind of, content, it is very easy to do that. I have written one book which I published. It's called Life on Track, 10 Life Lessons from Mumbai's Local Trains. And I have 7 more on the anvil. So for one of them, I needed the name of the book, ideas. So it helped me instantly. So yes, it is, it's a boon. And every boon also brings a bane. Like Shiv Bhagwan gives a boon to all the people who ask for it, but they end up doing something wrong with it, right? So the idea behind that is philosophically, you get good things, learn to use it for good, don't turn it bad.
Thank you. Thank you for your opinion.
Yeah, please.
Yeah. Now, from the oldest panel member, Abhishek, we go to the youngest one. May I invite Shagun?
Oh, wow.
And thank you so much, Abhishek. Thank you for your opinion. You can give the mic to Shagun.
Thank you so much, but I'm honored. Thank you.
We wanted to make it more inclusive, so we are waiting for more people to come. Maybe once we have enough people, we can invite one more person on the stage. We want this to be more interactive. So, ladies and gentlemen, the first thing that comes to mind, AI. First thing is we are not very clear about the difference between AI and ML, what is machine learning and what is artificial intelligence. And there's a lot of confusion about how AI is going to take away jobs, whether it's going to create jobs. A lot of numbers were thrown at us since morning. Somebody spoke about demographic dividend that India has entered into. And very soon we'll be having the largest workforce in the entire globe. And if jobs go away, what they're going to do, or if jobs are going to get created, what sort of talent they need, what sort of skills those people are going to need to be employable as well as deployable. So, first of all, thank you, panel. And I'm really glad to see there are 4 ladies in our panel because the morning panel was all stags. So ladies, thanks a lot for traveling all the way, bearing Pune traffic. I'll set the ball rolling with you, Tulsi. So your field, like, media, and you're very closely related to it. How do you see AI? So if you could just tell us what AI means to you, and should we be worried about AI?
So what is AI? I mean, there's a lot about AI in terms of what it means. You just Google, you get the definition. But according to me, for me, AI is a friend. I would go a little deep into this. Everything that we do today, it has to be for the betterment of humanity and eventually for the good of the society. So the question is, AI good for us? The answer is both yes and a kind of no. Yes is obvious, and we'll talk a little about that. No, because anything that you use in excess is always detrimental. So there's always a fair balance that is crucial that you need to maintain. AI, we've been hearing words like disruption and chaos and fear whenever we see a new technology come in, right? It's not just with AI. So this is not the first time that we have this FOMO or we have this fear or insecurity because we have artificial intelligence around us. And the word disruption, I do not see it as a negative word. I see it as a word of possibilities. Because the moment you are into your comfort zone and you are introduced to something which is new and challenging, that's when you start feeling the pressure and it's human, you are resistant to change, right?
And the reason why we see it as a disruption is because we feel we're fearing it. We're not ready. We should have been ready at a much faster pace than we are today. It's not that we are not doing enough. We are, but then the pace at which we are progressing in terms of working towards AI and the AI-related opportunities has to pick up. AI, I feel, should be actually seen as a virtual assistant to us than seeing it as a threat. The reason why I feel fear is because we've not been able to befriend AI. And AI can help us do a lot of mundane tasks. Of course, it can perform certain key tasks of handling complex data and providing analytical analysis and giving you a lot of insights. But at the end of the day, it's the human beings who make the decisions. Now, we human beings are actually designed to perform complex, strategic, emotional thinking, and creative thinking kind of tasks. We haven't been able to leverage even 10% of our cognitive ability. Universally, I'm saying till date. And so with the 10% of achievement also, we've come this far as a civilization. So imagine if we were to leverage our cognitive ability beyond this 10% and make it some 20%, 25%, imagine what we can achieve. So AI is something which can actually help us, free our time in terms of doing the administrative work that we are doing today and look at our contribution in a very different lens. So the work that we are doing is not going away. There is somebody who's there to assist. But we got to explore, rethink on how is it that we can do better than what we are doing. So we should actually see this as an eye-opener for ourselves and not look at this as a threat and say, okay, what are we doing? Are we happy doing the administrative work, or do we want to really use our cognitive ability and do something better, put our mind to something better? And the way I see it, AI cannot be friends in some areas and be a threat in some areas. So what I mean by that is, we all use AI, trust me, in a day-to-day basis. So today, if Facebook is able to tag us, how does it do it? It's a face recognition technique using AI that happens. We get Netflix suggestions. How does it happen, right? So it's AI system that studies our choices and gives us recommendations. We Google something, right, and you get the information. So it's a technology that's working in the back end. Today you have ChatGPT that gives you the best of all the collated answers. So that's again AI technology. Banking solutions, you have so many queries, you have basic issues to address. You have a bot talking to you today. Right? So all of this is possible through AI. So all of your mundane tasks, all of the administrative work, the work that is taking a lot of time, it actually frees you up to be able to do better. So I don't really see this as a threat or as something to worry about. The worry happens because we are not ready. So we got to prepare ourselves, and we got to get into this continuous learning mindset to be able to tackle such situations. What we feel is fair, but if we are ready, I think we'll be able to handle it in a much better way.
Great. That's a very positive way of looking at the disruption and the changes that are going to come. Ladies and gentlemen, let me also introduce Mr. Joy, who the entire panel has nominated to be our devil's advocate. So whatever the panel members say, he is going to look at the darker side of what we are saying, right? So Joy, what's your opinion about what Tulsi said? She's looking at it a very positive way, saying that the repetitive and mundane tasks, why don't we just hand it over to someone and let's focus on something creative and increasing our cognitive abilities. Yeah.
Well, thank you. That's very interesting. I know speaking is easy, listening is difficult. I think the difficult task has been assigned to you, the easier task is given to us. Now, there are 2-3 things. One is, I'm really scared of AI and any more of this stuff happening in our life. The reason being, children get used to looking at navigations through the applications, and then, they go to school using the application, they come back home using the application again, the navigation application. What if the application doesn't work one day? They don't go to school, and you run the risk of they not coming back home? I don't know. I'm just asking you. Secondly, some of the studies clearly indicate the future of the aircraft or the cockpit is going to be significantly different. A lot of the accidents, the minimal number of accidents actually happen either during takeoff or during landing is what he said. And a lot of investment, I would have loved the Google person to be here to listen to this story. A lot of investment and, how shall I say, innovation is happening to automate that small piece of landing and takeoff, because that's where human intervention happens. Rest is almost on, let's call it as, all sorts of applications. The future of the cockpit is going to have two people or two things. One is going to be a dog, the other one is going to be a human being. Now, human being is going to be for people like me, who will be scared to sit in an aircraft without a human pilot. And the dog is going to do the job of making sure the human pilot sitting in the cockpit does not touch any buttons at all. Now, I want to ask you, would you like to fly? Would you like to choose to fly? When, the pilot has nothing to do, and the dog watches the pilot as to what does he do, and what does the dog watch? The dog will watch to make sure the human person does not do anything. I'm not a big fan of flying when that software gets installed, so to say.
Thank you, Joy. Shagun, I know we caught you by surprise. So we'll come to you, and what we would like to know from you is the perspective of the young generation, because future is yours. And as you grow, become a teenager, go to college, pass out, and then look out for a job, what would be your thoughts? So I'll come back to you. Meanwhile, what I'll also request is, out of these audience, if somebody has any intelligent question, right? Yeah. Can you get that question also for us? Okay. Right? While the session is going on. Yeah. So I come to you, Manjari. Very well said. One was a very positive aspect of how AI is going to disrupt change, and how there is a flip side to it. Now, you have been in the HR field for a long time, seen many companies, served a lot of people. How do you think the job market is going to change, especially with the advent of AI-based learnings, and the flip side of AI, which Joy brought out, right? We look at deep fake nowadays. What sort of deep fakes do you see may come from the candidates or others, and how that's going to change?
So, thanks, Pratap, and I agree with what she mentioned. Tulsi, she gave a very positive aspect about how AI will sort of be an enabler for all of us. And just to give you a perspective, I think because we are talking about more from an employment point of view, I'll give you an example in the organizations, how things are going to change or are actually changing. I was talking to him, and he also mentioned that their companies already started adopting a lot of AI tools, and so is with us. So one of the things that we've actually came up as a charter for this year is that how do we accelerate, or how do we enhance the pace of adoption for all the AI-related tools that are available in the market today. So when one of the, like Tulsi mentioned, that a lot of mundane or repetitive tasks will go away, because a lot of it is going to be taken care by AI-related tools. And that's precisely what we are aiming towards, that from an operations perspective, if we were to make our operations very, very efficient, where in each of our functions, where would we think, or where do you think that you are more efficient? And your focus will go not from the regular tasks that you do in Excel sheets, more from making sure that whatever data analysis that has been done or insights that have been provided by the AI tools, how do we make sure that we leverage those to make the right kind of decisions, right? So with this, what is happening is some of the jobs will certainly get disrupted. Right? A lot of disruption is going to happen, or I would say displacement is going to happen in terms of certain roles. But when that will happen, a lot of other roles are also opening up. Right? So the important aspect here is for each individual, the right thing to do right now at this stage, or is look at what are the areas of interest and make sure that they learn and adopt to the technology tools that are available in the market, which will enhance further in what they're doing. So if they are doing, let's say, 100% of the job, out of that, Today, if they are doing 50%, which is on Excel sheets or Word or PowerPoints, eliminate that and make it 10% of their jobs. And the remaining 80%, they could focus on more strategic decision-making or providing insights or making sure that they do something which will enhance the overall efficiency at the organization level. This will not just make sure that you, in a way, a lot of productivity is going to go up, right? Because you are enabling the top line. You're going to increase the top line because now something that you could do with, let's say, 10 employees, you've actually cut it down to maybe 7 or 5, business side. So a lot of things will change. I think it's the question of how do you adopt to it quickly and how do you enhance your own abilities and learn quickly, go about learning these tools that are available and start using them. I think the important aspect is everybody's talking about AI. But have we really explored the tools that are available to make sure that you make your jobs more efficient? While we do that, one of the things that is also to be taken into cognizance is that it's not going to be as disruptive as everybody's talking about, because the kind of data that is going to get access to by these bots or by the AI products is something that everybody is going to be looking at, because a lot of biasness may come in those decision-making processes, right? So there, what is going to be impactful is what is your critical thinking ability as a leader or as an employee? Are you going to bring about your judgment there? How do you make sure that your creativity is shown in areas where AI will not be able to help? So in a way, it is not humans versus machines. It is humans and machines working together to make sure that you make your business processes more better and enhance the whole thing. So that's what my perspective is.
So, Ajay, question for you, rather two questions. And I'll let you collect your thoughts while Shagun gives her perspective. So first, the questions to you. First is AI really going to disrupt? Right? Because we have heard of a lot of technologies over the last 30 odd years. They said, nano is going to do this and computers are going to do this. They did a little bit. Then something like, Bitcoin, the blockchain is going to change everything. We didn't really see that impact, right? Do you think even AI is going to be like hot air and nothing is going to happen on ground, or something is actually going to happen? And second point is, if that actually happens, then to Manjari's point of data or the security of privacy, how that might happen. So please collect your thoughts while we go to Shagun and come back to you after. Shagun, beta, what's your perspective? What your generation thinks about AI? How it is disrupting your life, okay, as a child, and your future? How do you look at it?
So for me, AI has never been a disruption. Instead, I've always used it for my own betterment. In fact, I had a debate to make last minute, and I used artificial intelligence, ChatGPT, to prepare a debate and then add a little bit of my own twist to it. So I think AI has been very beneficial for me. In fact, there are many platforms, such as Brilliant. I don't know if anyone has ever heard of it. But it's a really nice learning platform. You can use different subjects and it understands your learning patterns, and based on that it gives you different questions, and I think learning platforms in that case is very helpful if it's based towards AI. Another perspective, it's not related to my student life, but I think there are certain jobs that AI cannot replace in any circumstances, such as sports. Right? I'm a huge football fan myself. I play football, I watch football, and I believe that sports is something that AI cannot replace, because there is a certain emotion attached to it. There's a different skill of different players. There's something that you look forward to. I'm sure we all know about Messi, Ronaldo, Neymar, right? All three of them are known for different things. Messi is known for dribbling, Ronaldo is known for shooting, and Neymar is known for skills. Now, if all of these three are combined and put in one player, then there is no fun in watching the game. There are different things which make different people unique, and I think AI will never be able to achieve that to this extent.
Great. I mean, big words from a young lady. Really well put. So, one quick question and quick answer I want, okay? Yeah. Is AI helping you do your homework?
No.
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 Okay, so that's all creative work done by you?
No, my mom knows.
Mom's not watching.
I don't use AI for homework because all of my answers are in the textbook itself. I don't really have anything complex because I'm just 13. I can just simply Google the answers, and that doesn't really involve AI. But for preparing essays, debates, projects, AI has been a huge advantage for me.
Wonderful, wonderful. Thank you so much for your time.
Thank you.
Thank you. Ajay, all yours.
I'm waiting for Shagun to join corporate now so that that entire world changes for her.
Her father's running a company.
But completely agree with her. See, for me, anything which is shown as a disruption is very temporary in phase. If you look at the history of humankind, right? Whenever there is a change brought into equation, humans necessarily, change management is the most difficult task, right? But once it changes, it becomes a norm for us. When 4-5 years back, when our UPIs came into picture, all of us were cribbing, right? Why are we not using physical money? Now I don't think any of us carry money 5 years later. So AI, like today it may be ChatGPT, tomorrow it may be some other technology, but when new things come into picture and it disrupts a society for a short period of time, then we start finding out the goods and the bads of it. Goods are generally in favor of human beings because we are generally very lazy in nature. All of these technologies help us in terms of getting our jobs done a lot more faster. The flip side to it is the compliance part and the ethical part of it, right? And that's where key people has to actually kind of get intervened. Like we talked about deepfakes earlier in the morning, like she actually showed us videos. It's fun to see those videos, but think about the extremes that can come out of it. But think about that. The moment those videos came into picture, there are a group of people who are thinking about how to actually kind of start controlling those kind of technology, right? And whenever new things come, automatically the rules and laws has to come into picture. But the rules and laws can come because it's a very great territory. Nobody has actually seen that. It takes a bit of time to understand the goods and bads before we actually start aligning the technology and the rules around that, right? Data privacy is actually one of the biggest issues right now across the world. It's getting tighter and tighter. I think India would have been one of the loosest when it comes to the data privacy laws. But trust me, in the next 1 year time, we are going to be equally tight as I say GDPR. And it's going to be changing quite a bit as we progress, right? So I don't see a disruption there. I think it's more of a minimal irritation for some period of time before we actually get into a better phase.
Right. Thanks, Ajay. Coming to you, Pallavi. So we have in audience the academia, the corporates. Okay, so both stakeholders are here. How do you think it's going to impact the academia, especially the students, the way they learn today, how that learning is going to change, and how should our campuses react to this or upgrade themselves so that they are able to leverage this AI and the power that comes with it to ensure that the learning becomes seamless in future? Would you do that?
Yeah, thanks, really happy to answer this question, right? Because I think our generation, we have started our journey right from the desktops, then floppies, then CDs, and today we are talking about the AI, right? We have seen each and every phase of growing technology. So now the question is, developing AI and future-ready skills, is it a choice? No. It's no more choice. It has become a necessity now, right? If you really want to be aligned with fast-paced technological world. Having said that, we talked about both the aspects, right? Whether it's going to be a disruption or it's going to be an opportunity. In my view, we have to take each and everything which is coming on our way as an opportunity. And wherever we feel it's a disruption, I think it's human mind, human brain who is going to answer that question. So as long as we are going to answer for anything, right? Very basic questions, right? Why, when, where? And I think it's only us, human mind, which can answer these questions. If the answer is going in the right way, then I think we are following the right path. If no, then we need to find out the answer, why it is no, and to get that answer as what are things we need to do. with this note, I would like to answer your question. Where are we in terms of, when it comes to academia? So is it only the students? These are the only faculties who are going to bring the change? Probably answer is partially no, because again, it has to have a collaborative approach, right? Simultaneously, industries, academics, and everybody probably, right? Everybody has to really look at it as an opportunity. What campuses needs to do, what faculties needs to do, I think first of all, they really need to look forward, and they need to start aligning themselves from the learning standpoint. They need to really work very hard on the infrastructure. And I think important part is the collaboration between industry and the academia. That's something which is kind of lagging in many, many institutes, which is my personal feeling, right? What's happening in the industry, they will come to know only we go and give as a guest lecture. I think they really need to look at different pattern altogether, because when it comes to reskilling and upskilling of the existing employees in the organization, we put in lots of efforts to reach and to take them to the different level altogether. Then why can't we have these students ready, at least partially ready, to take that challenge up and perform in the industry? And I think everybody needs to really think through, right? The policymakers, right? Industrialists, or corporates, they really need to kind of have that collaborative approach towards education system. They also really need to guide. With this note, I would like to say experiential learning, something which is probably missing, which need to be focused on. Because whatever AI could do, they can do it, but they can do it only with the experience. Ultimately, we should not forget one thing. It's we who developed AI. AI has not developed the human brains. It's we who did it, right? So I think it's a collaborative approach, and the learning curve, maybe the technical ability of the students, right? So I mean, we all are from the HR standpoint, we understand. Right now, if we really want to handle any complex job, I won't go and find only React person. I need to have added advantage along with React plus something, right? Probably to deliver these complex jobs, we need to see, is it really possible for a human being to learn all the aspects and deliver a job at one go? Answer probably, partially would be no, where probably AI will come into the picture. And that's the reason we need to be really, really focused and attentive in terms of where and when we need to use AI to understand the ethical piece of it. Just to give a very simple example, right? As we are trying to have few AI modules to get incorporated in my organization. Of course, you can say it's a budding phase, right? For one of the meeting, we said for one of the senior representative, let's have AI to attend that meeting, because he or she is probably unable to make that meeting. Couple of meetings were absolutely fine, which were normal meetings, normal discussions. But when it came to, the important sales meeting, when we started talking about, revenues, profitability, then the question had come into our mind, is it really required to give insider information to a machine? Is it really required? Or it is just to get the data and represent a particular person on behalf of that person, and probably just to, note down the minutes and record the meeting. So I think that's in our hand, where to stop and where to start. So thank you so much.
Great. Audience, here's a small request for all of you. Can you please fold your hands? All of you, yeah? So if you look at your style of folding hands and the style of somebody else's folding hand, I'll request the panel members also to participate in this. Just fold your hands, right? So some people have the right hand on top. Some people have the left hand on top. Some people have both hands like they're covered. That's a unique personality that you have. Now what I'll request you is try and change this personality, okay? If your right hand is on top, try and put your left hand on top. Is it easy? No. It's not easy, because I'm asking you to do something that doesn't come naturally to you. Folding this in a normal way, that comes naturally to you. But the moment you try to change it, that will put you it will pull you out of the comfort zone. So the question to you, Joy.
Sure.
We are all going to be out of comfort zone, right? Especially the generation that's coming for jobs. And you are the people custodian for a large company. So you are also the custodian of values of that company. So there's a big question about ethics of AI with deepfake and other negative possibilities that arise out of AI. So what's your take on the ethics part of it and how that's going to change?
Well, in the first place, I did give an impression that, I'm not a fan of AI. I'm a distant fan of AI is the way I want to say, because, I remember I think it was during COVID time, I felt sick. And I said, okay, let me wait for a day. Then I said, okay, let me wait for one more day. And I said, okay, I can wait for one more day. And fourth day, I went to the doctor. It was the same time that my phone conked off. I went and requested the shopkeeper to open from the back door, got it, replaced, because I knew if the smart device is not with me, people will know how smart I am. I could not live with it. I could put up with my own health situation for a longer period than with the situation of my smartphone. Dependencies on some of these tools is something that I want to call out and caution people. Secondly, I don't know whether you have heard about a German thinker called René Descartes. He says, cogito ergo sum. I think, therefore I exist. He says, you are an existing being because of your thinking ability. To me, anything that takes away human ability to think is not very conducive. We should actually take a distant view is the way I look at it as. So that's my view on, tools, technology, AI, all of those things. I'm a big fan. Like I said, without smartphone, I could not live even for a single day. Now, coming to your question, Pratap, obviously there are a lot of questions around as to what is the ethicality of some of these things that we do use. What is the risk, not only in current times, even for future days to come for some of these things that we do? ChatGPT, which is used left and right by people, do you know if someone is going to sue you for intellectual property rights someday? Because it's all written by somebody. It's all somebody's material. Today, I feel, technology enables me, therefore I can use it at free will. I would like all of us to exercise our thinking, cogito ergo sum. I think, therefore I exist. Don't belittle our own existence by overly depending on tools that look fancy, that add to speed and color to your life, is the way I look at it as.
Thanks, Jai. We also have Baliram with us. Baliram, a very interesting perspective there. The ability to think, the ability to be creative. Now, we can't stop technology. It is bound to come sooner or later. And when it comes, it's bound to disrupt certain things. So, in your opinion, who's safe? Right? I mean, there will be certain pockets of people who are going to be safe, and there are certain pockets that are going to have a major impact on them. So, my question to you is, who's going to be safe? And if it's going to disrupt me, how can I ensure that I am safe in that environment?
All right, this is an interesting question. In terms of who is safe, who is not safe. Easy to answer, but before that, I'd like to just give the perspective because AI has come in my life a couple of decades back during my engineering itself, where I did my project. Okay, though it was theoretical project, but it got introduced at that time. And for me, because I was knowing some concept, today also I didn't feel too much of, worry about AI. Okay, and incidentally, I represent one of our HR association called as HR Infotech, which is non-profit organization since 28 years. I get opportunity to talk on this topic at multiple forums, and also get opportunity to learn also. So, best part out of this is the kind of technology, the way Joy is talking, the person who is going to leverage the technology for betterment, it's definitely ease. Okay, people will going to live their life for maybe 100+ years, 120 years, because the AI will going to have the kind of technology revolution or transformation where one chip will go in your body and probably it will really get the future disease and prevention at earlier stage, how we can get it done. In fact, I happened to visit at very nearest place at Baramati where they are using AI to predict how probably on crops also what kind of insects and what kind of challenges they are going to face proactively. So that kind of projects are already happening, okay, including in Baramati kind of place. So when it comes to leveraging it, all of us, we are safe, okay? But at the same time, as other panelists said, if some tasks which are really repetitive, it doesn't have real validation, and then probably these tasks will be definitely picked up by machine, okay? So when even internet came few years back or few decades back, that time also that was worry exist that what will happen, whether my money is safe, okay, whether I should really use the online banking, etc. So, but today we understand, we are using different this, phone pay or GPay and all this, and at times we are not also, putting the passcode and it is getting transferred. So, a lot of things happening at the same time. It is misuse as well, okay. So, mantra here is if you are able to scale up, if you are able to get the technology adoption as quick as possible, learn it and use it and make it better, then you will enjoy the journey. Otherwise, it is very clear that you will become redundant. And I would like to give the message to the specifically to academicians and students. I feel that at student life, you are blessed that you are at this stage. Okay, I feel regret to myself that I could have studied at this time and I could have started my career journey, because this is exciting time. Okay, so the future is definitely bright. It's like how we can leverage and move ahead and make wonders. So that's the mantra which I would like to quote here.
Great. Manjari and Ajay, for both of you, and you can decide who goes first. In your field, your domain, which are the things that are going to be redundant? Like he said, the repetitive tasks will be taken over by AI. So in your expertise, which are the fields that would go, and what would change in your domains?
So there are multiple examples, but I'll give you one finest examples that all of us can relate to, right? Once in a while, if you have fallen down on somebody in the family has broken a bone or something, the first thing that we do is a CT scan or an MRI scan, right? Exactly 4 or 5 years back, when a scan report comes, you theoretically had to wait 24 hours for the radiologist to translate the scan and give you the results out of that. If you look at most of the good machines out there, all of them actually give you the scan plus the report in what it is that in less than like an hour's time. All the radiologist has to do is sign off. We will eventually reach a state where even the radiologist will not be there. So and we are actually in India, I don't know how many of you are actually kind of looking at what's happening on the government medical field. Accessibility to care is one of the biggest things, where the machines are not available for almost half of the districts which are available in India. So there are machines which are going to be going into these kind of districts, and people can do their scan. Assume that the machine can go only with a driver. There is no radiologist over there. Somebody just lies down on the bed and their scan gets done and the result gets done. So if a radiologist's job can be made redundant with the use of AI in the last 5 years' time, something which is repetitive can be used with a logic, can be actually redundant. So if you look at most of the KPO jobs which are out there, data entry jobs, these are practically the jobs which are going to be incidentally taken off first. But again, all of these people can be reskilled into something. Nothing will run on its own. So reskilling opportunities there, like everybody attacked the solution, right? If people are open for change, then there is no shortage of, or rather there is no fear of like losing a job out there.
Thanks. Manjari?
Yeah, just to add on top of what he said, I think like we have been talking throughout the session, right, that you need to keep upskilling yourself or learning newer things as and when, technology, I'll not use the disruption, but transformation that is coming in the industry. So I think, a lot of us have already seen that customer success, support, data entry, as he said, manning the receptions and all of that. So that's taken over by AI. One of the main things as we move forward in enterprises, what will happen is there are going to be AI for the enterprise, in the sense that the amount of data that any enterprise generates, that's humongous. And all functions, in a way today we do not have one repository of data which will give us insights from all the org level or enterprise level data that is available. So that's going to be one of the biggest blessing for any enterprise, that you have your own AI, because you will have your secured data. Data is not going to go out anywhere. There's enough security that is going to be available. And any kind of data that is available across the organization will be available for you to make your decisions, for AI to assist you to make the decisions. So in a way, people need to change their, as I said earlier also, right? Learn newer technologies to make sure that you make your current jobs easier. And then apply your brains and your critical thinking and your creativity to make sure that you make the right decisions for the organizations. I think that's the key. Nobody's jobs are going to be taken away. It's just that the form or the roles are going to change, or the content of the job will change, so long as you are, as he rightly said, so long as you are ready to adapt quickly and learn. I think there are enough jobs that are going to get created due to AI.
Yeah, I'll quickly add, the way we had transformation from industrial age to the information age, and this is we are tending towards the imagination age, okay, where how we can get the imagination, and if we are able to just define the problem statement itself, then trust me, the solution is not far. It's just, you need to come out with the problem statement properly. Okay, so whatever information, if you are able to convert into the digital mode, that today's technology, the way it has, it will definitely give the solution. Okay, so technology is definitely the backbone for all these things, and the AI kind of technology will boost this backbone and help us to get this solution faster. And individual has to think from solution perspective, and again at student level, I just quickly would like to just say that try solving problems on a day-to-day basis. Okay, some problems may be technology related, some problems may be non-technology related, but if you are in a mode of solving problems, then you'll have a really bright future.
Thanks, Barry. But very interesting point about prompt engineering. Are you able to frame the problem for AI to solve? I mean, AI can give you answers, but if your questions are not correct, then the answers are also not going to be correct. So, Tulsi, you made a very interesting point, and since we are running short of time, if you could just briefly touch upon, you said about enhancing the cognitive ability of humans, right? Creativity. How can the colleges and institutes who are here, how can they do that? Especially to the students, like saying, okay, learn AI is very simple, go and do a course or a certification. But how to maintain that creativity and how to use AI in a way that it is beneficial to us and not to AI. What are your thoughts on that?
Okay, so cognitive ability, firstly, to be able to enhance that, it's important to understand the cognitive ability by itself. And it's not something like a rocket science that you do overnight. It's something that you develop over a period of time, over years of learning, right from your K-12. So I would go back to the education system that's prevalent in our country specifically. It's been changing a little bit for better, but I think it needs a big shift. We've been talking about it for ages, for decades now. The shift has started to happen, but it's not really happening. So it needs to change 180 degrees from the way we are teaching today. So our pedagogy of teaching, our learning, our technological systems, constantly trying to research and develop the content, the curated content that's required. We're talking about the gap between the industry and academia. So the onus is not just on the academia to be able to produce talent which is ready for corporates. It's also the responsibility of the industry to work hand in glove with the academia to constantly provide input that's needed by the academia so that they can provide what's needed. I mean, unless you know the customer requirement, the customer is pestering you with this is needed, that's needed, how is it that you would be able to upskill your students and be able to provide that sort of talent? I mean, it can't just be confined to annual touch points of internships and placements and guest lectures and some award ceremonies. It has to be beyond that, also from the industry standpoint. It just can't be confined to the academia reaching out time and again. So it's something which you develop at the start at a very young age. So there are a lot of there's a lot of content that's available on cognitive ability for us to read up, but it's not something that you take a particular course and you say, okay, I'm developing my cognitive ability. There are practices, there are exercises, there is a particular course methodology that you go follow it and study it. And that's something which happens at a very young age when you're actually in your pre-nursery and you start working on it. So it puts the entire assembly line in place right from your K-12 to your primary, secondary, and then you move forward to your higher studies, and then your executive education and leadership education. And the requirement from time to time actually keeps differing, because what's excellence today turns out to be mediocrity tomorrow, because the bar of excellence keeps changing. It doesn't remain the same. So it's something which you start developing at a very young age instead of saying overnight magic.
Great, thanks. Pallavi, will end with you. As corporates, how can we help the academia in bridging this gap, and also, giving that vision of the future, how it's going to change for us and how they can scale up and ensure that the students benefit from it? How can we help them?
Sure. So taking a thread of what I said and what Tulsi also made a point, right? We need to really start look beyond what we are doing right now. So it's our equal responsibility, because we need to be agile first of all, right? We know what's happening in the industry, and I think it's our responsibility also to go back and start talking to the campuses, saying that, hey, this is what we require, this is what they expected out of the students. If probably they are not getting benefited out of what you are doing right now, then it's a time for them to change the curriculum also. They really need to start looking from the developing their infrastructure. They really need to nurture the talent what they have within them. Where the world heading to, and where are they? I think that gap is something which probably we are the one who are able to fill that gap, and we are going to guide the academic students and the faculties, saying that, hey, this is where probably the learning curve is required. And I think the innovation is something is on top of everything, right? Because with this note, I just want to conclude saying that one sentence, saying that technology landscape is too vast. It's changing day by day, right? In world of developing this AI and future skilled ready based, right? It is, though it's a destination, but it's a continuous journey. It just cannot stop in between. You have to learn, and for to achieve that, we need lots of commitment from each one of us. Not only the people sitting over here, but everybody in the room, I guess, including the government too. Everybody plays very, very important role into it. You need to be agile, you need to be innovative, and you need to have that mindset to embrace the change which is going to come on a way. Right, so that's how I guess everybody needs to be equally contributed, right? If we really need to match the pace of where are we heading to. Yeah?
Thank you so much. I'm sure Chinmay is already sweating because we exceeded the time. So we'll wrap it up here. But all these experts are available to you here as well as outside. So if you have any questions, we will take them offline.
Yeah, I'll quickly add on that, because we're talking only about AI, but I was talking to some of the placement officers as well as some of the training institutes, and today we see a huge gap in terms of some of the students. Their attitude itself is not in terms of, really in learning and really would like to get, but they are going into the ready-made kind of zone. That's something which need to break. AI and everything is okay, industry will take care, will train, but you need to get some of these students at least at trainable level, okay? They should be able to solve the problem, they should have the problem-solving attitude, they should be able to communicate, okay? Their analytical skills should be up to the mark, their basic concept should be there. Today we are rejecting a lot of people not having some of these basics. Okay, we are not expecting the AI from the freshers. Trust me. I hope all of you are agree. We are not expecting the AI from the freshers. We'll teach them in the corporate, but the basic is important.
No, great, because that's what she spoke about, the cognitive, how to improve all those aspects.
For me, just to add, part of the basics. For me, technology is only a means, it's not an end. The other day I was in a campus and somebody asked me, what technology should I learn to get a job? I said, don't learn any technology. Have basic engineering skills, rest of it. Wherever you are, they will actually teach you, and it's a question of 2 to 3 months' time. That every organization has got the willingness. Basics such as purpose, patience, perseverance. Today people leave job without a valid reason. People join organizations without a valid reason. I don't know when is it going to end. Educational institutions, I think, should focus on some of those fundamentals. My definition of fundamentals are some of those, 3 or 4 things can be called as values, can be called as virtues. Patience, significantly missing. Purpose, people are all around. Perseverance, they have no time. They have no patience. Yeah, thank you for that.
Great. Thanks for your opinion, and I'm sure it doesn't end here. This is just the beginning. Thank you for your time, Ajay, Manjari, Baliram, Joy, Pallavi and Tulsi. Thank you so much for coming all the way and participating. And thank you, everybody. Initially, we thought there are not many people, but I can see that the hall is full now. Thank you so much for your attention.
To stay informed about the startup ecosystem, subscribe to My Startup TV.
Leo works as a niche business consulting firm where we connect money to opportunity. For the startup, there's instant money being sent within 30 days. We have about 8 VC partners across India. But for us to show them 5 opportunities, we go over about 300 opportunities. We have 102 members who are industry leaders, business veterans with a combined net worth of over 25,000 crores. Our motto is to become the trusted partner in your wealth creation journey.
Welcome to this episode of Founder Talk Show, the show where 1 lakh audience of MyStartuptv get to meet with some of the most brilliant founders. Hello, I'm majorsunilshetty, your host today. Let me start the introduction of today's guest with a small heads up. He is a founder, an angel investor and cricket enthusiast, and a very young leader who has gone on to become a motivator to budding leaders. My guest today is Monish Yara, founder of Leaders for India organization, also known as LEO. Welcome Monish, welcome to the show.
Hello Major Sunil, I'm very happy to be here. Thank you for having me.
Thank you. So, for the people out there, let's demystify who Monish is all about. So tell us about yourself.
Absolutely. I just turned 29 3 days ago. I did my undergraduation in the US.
Congratulations.
Thank you. I did my schooling here in Hyderabad. I'm a complete Hyderabad boy. Finished my undergraduation in the US at Purdue University. Worked on at a Fortune 500 in manufacturing for 4.5 years, based in California. Then did my MBA from Europe, Spain, and moved back here to India with a strong motivation and enthusiasm to start something of my own. And that's how Leaders for India organization started. It's a business community which connects money to opportunity. Our motto is to become the trusted partner in your wealth creation journey. And we specialize in any sort of traditional business opportunities, startup equity opportunities, project-based funding opportunities, where we're able to create a win-win not only for the investor but also for the startup/business owner.
You're also a cricket enthusiast,
yes.
Right? So tell us about that part of the sports side of
Sure.
Monish.
I started playing cricket at a very young age. I played for the school cricket team, was captain of the school cricket team, then played at the university level, then I played leagues in California. I think any sportsman or an athlete, any sort of sports like cricket, basketball, badminton, they teach you a lot about punctuality, dedication towards the sport, team building, listening to your coach slash mentor, and it gives you a sense of respect to your opponents but also to your teammates. So during this journey of mine, I've realized cricket to be a great stress buster, but also at the same time we're able to unite people of different backgrounds, share the same platform and work towards a single goal. So I'm a huge admirer of the sport. I play it regularly, and I believe that it's a propellant in unlocking different business opportunities, because I think in today's generation a lot of us believe more in the execution part of it rather than sharing ideas. I believe in today's generation, between our friends and other members of Leo, it takes us 5 to 10 minutes to blow through different topics like sports, politics and movies. I think all of us are more interested in knowing what is their business doing, how can we help each other out, what is your top line, what is your bottom line, what are the best practices in the industry. So it's become a great networking platform, I would say.
As a sports person, cricketer, and as an entrepreneur, there are a lot, people say, you can learn a lot from sports and apply that to entrepreneurship, and 3 things or 4 things that you picked from sport that you applied to entrepreneurship.
I think the first and foremost would be team spirit and team building. I think when you're working towards a common goal with a group of friends or a group of allies, you have that shared interest which can take you a long way. Second is punctuality, catered towards the common interest or achieving a big task, cutting it down into smaller tasks and finishing them properly. Third is mentoring, listening to your coach. The fourth is, of course, having that innate drive and passion to succeed. I think these are a few things I would single out that sports persons have, which sets them apart from the normal crowd.
Coming to your journey as an international student, when you went to US and you pursued your industrial engineering. So how much that part of your journey is helping you in your current position as a founder of Leo? What is that you brought in from there that you are able to use today or leverage today in your entrepreneurial journey?
The first and foremost is the fact that when you're there abroad, the onus is on you to perform because you're paying such a big fees to the university. And more importantly, another factor is the exposure level there's major are so different and so unique. I think you're transported to a completely different world on its own. I think a few experiences that I can share is I've spoken to someone in my team who's actually worked on the political campaign of Barack Obama, the person who handles the finances of Colombia's 4th largest power plant producer, and the largest bank in France, their lineage. And when you're exposed to people of such diverse backgrounds and such unique forms of upbringing, I think it sort of expands your own thought horizons to new ideas and accepting new realities. So I think that is the most important thing you would take away, and you would realize that there is no glass ceiling. The whole world is your oyster, and if there is an idea, it's all about putting the right team together and executing.
So how did the whole idea about Leo and why did it come about?
Leo is not something that happened overnight. Back in 2014, it was me and a couple of friends. We were trying to think about how we can leverage our businesses to make the maximum output. So for example, my family owns education institutions here in Hyderabad, and one thing that we were having as a Achilles heel was the transport. So we have 180 buses. So one of my other 1,500 vehicles, he pitched the idea to me saying, why don't you outsource transport management to us, and we'll take care of the diesel, the route settings, making sure that the insurance on each bus is there, all the drivers have their driver's license renewed and other things. That seemed like a great idea because something that was our weakness was a strength for my friend, and we were looking for ways how we can synergize. So that's how the idea struck, and then I ideated on it a lot. I started thinking, what is that one factor that can bring the entire community together? Was it cars? Maybe not. Was it cricket? Maybe not. But we realized that business was that one joining factor where everyone was interested to come together on the same platform and explore these synergies. So that's how the idea sort of began. That's the inception of the idea. And as of today, where we are with Leaders for India organization is we have 102 members who are industry leaders, business veterans, and experts in their field, with a combined net worth of over 25,000 crores. And in the last year and a half, we facilitated 20 crores for 16 different business opportunities. So Leo works as a niche business consulting firm where we connect money to opportunity, and we're also helping people synergize their businesses.
Does the money come from within the members, or is it the members or your investors, and then that gets to businesses outside the organization?
Members directly investing into the companies or business opportunities themselves, where Leo is that vehicle or a facilitator where we are doing our due diligence on the companies. We are setting up the special purpose vehicles for people to invest in, and we are making sure that the investors' interests are protected, the shareholders' interests are protected, and we are able to add our strategic value through the members' businesses or our own strategies and investment team, where we are propelling the valuation of each company, and then we are also getting a manufactured exit. So if we are doing this as a cohort, the advantage to the startup or business owner is that he doesn't have to knock on 100 different doors to raise funding or to market his idea. He can just come to a business community like Leo. We'll groom them, make sure that their pitch deck has the business plan, the financial modeling, the projections, the GTM strategy. And after we are able to source 1 or 2 investors from our network itself, then we put them in front of the entire community. And whoever is interested at that point can get into the company immediately. So for the startup, there's instant money being sent within 30 days. We do a blitz due diligence. We also partner with venture capital funds. We have about 8 VC partners across India who confirm that they will be doing the next in line investing. So we specialize in pre-series A and bridge round funding. And on the other end of it, for the investors, they are able to make sure that their interests are protected. We're able to get a good exit for them. Their return on investment is already there, and they're getting at a competitive market price to get into the startup. So they don't have to worry about the due diligence and other aspects of it. So we take care of all.
You know, for the investors out there who would be hearing this and say, hey, how do I become a member of Leo?
Yes.
How does that
So main criterion internally that we keep discussing is the FIB criteria, the fire in the belly criteria. So there is no geography restriction, there is no network restriction, there is no company or business restriction. The only thing we tell them is you have to add value to the community, you have to take value from the community, and as an investor or just to be a part of the networking events that we keep hosting. And the minimum investment that we suggest each member to do is 5 lakhs in one opportunity. That way they're at least parking their eggs in different baskets, and there is a diversification to their portfolio.
How do you spread the risk? I mean, like in mutual fund.
Yes.
Let me bring that up.
Yes.
So when you invest in one fund,
yes,
it gets, maybe hundreds of people are investing in that one particular fund,
right,
and the money gets then distributed across the board. Right?
Correct.
So this way what's happening is you may enter at different time,
correct,
right? There's an NAV for it,
correct,
and then you are spreading your risk. Correct. So is that something you do, or it is I give 5 lakhs and that gets parked into one?
So that's a great question, Major. Let me answer that. So there are 2 types of what people do. So there is also our wealth management wing where people just transfer the funds to us and we manage it on their behalf. So today in this method we are managing about 9 crores and 5 lakhs in total. That is one way where people send money to us and we adjust every month where that money should be going, and we diversify the portfolio. When a person becomes a member of Leo, the first opportunity that becomes available to them is this option where we tell them to invest at least 5 lakhs in one opportunity. So in any one startup or any one business, we ask them to invest 5 lakhs. It is up to them if they want to do 5 lakhs, 10 lakhs or 25 lakhs. We'll sit down with them and we'll understand what their risk appetite is, how much money they can generate every year, and we'll tell them, we'll show them 5 opportunities, But for us to show them 5 opportunities, we go over about 300 opportunities. So the opportunities which are presented to the members, it's already curated based on the market scenario, based on our risk appetite, based on which level of funding that company is, how the founder is doing, how their go-to-market strategy is, and we let the investors also know that this is how we anticipate this company to grow in the next 3 to 5 years. So whether you want to do 5 lakhs or 10 lakhs or 25 lakhs, that's completely up to you. We have had members who have started off with 5 lakhs. We've had members who are doing 25 lakhs checks on average, 50 lakhs. We have members doing 1.5 crore also. So it all depends on that member's interest, that member's liquidity at that time, and also their belief in that particular industry where they're putting the money in.
As an organization, is it limited to only startups and MSMEs, or it also includes, market exposure to the stock market?
So we do have a program for the stock market as well, but there we actually take it through our wealth management wing. But the speciality of Leo, or the niche of Leo, is in having startups, SMMEs, even large business organizations. Even the biggest of unicorns today might have that one C-level executive who wants to exit and sell his block of shares. So that's where we specialize in. We connect those privately held shares to our investors, where they can get the share certificate and everything transferred. And also in other project-based financing, which means in media and entertainment. Like I believe movies are a great opportunity for people. I think movies like a startup, and the director is like the founder of the company. The producer becomes an investor, and the script is sort of your business plan. He actually goes out, that's where you know whether the product is working or not. And it's also a very, very quick startup in and exit, because you know within the first, in the morning show, you know whether the movie is going to do well or not. And with other revenue channels like OTT, satellite, remake rights, multiple platforms to make sure that the money is coming back as well. In fact, we recently did a particular transaction in the movie industry as well. We're very, very happy with the result. The movie actually released on November 3rd, where me and another Leo member produced 55% of the movie cost. If anyone wants to start with 5 lakhs, if you're able to aggregate maybe 20 investors, we have our 1 crore, and we can actually do a quick short film and release it on one of the OTT platforms with minimal risk.
Now coming to the investment environment itself,
yes.
What is your take at this point in time for specifically startups? How does it look?
I think that's a great question, Major. I think from where I'm operating from, there are 2 ways to look at it. It's a double-edged sword. Of course, the first one is, we used to hear a term called a revenue multiple, where many startups were, if they have X revenue, they were doing 30X and 40X on the revenue and getting funding. This was during the COVID era, a little before COVID era. But right now, we are experiencing a funding winter. The VCs or angel investors, it's not as free-flowing. The checks are not as free-flowing as they were in the past. But at the same time, this being one end of it, the other end of it, in my opinion, is a glass half full mentality, where we see there are some amazing startups with some amazing founders, great experience, great team, which are available at a discounted valuation today.
So that's where the opportunity is.
That's where the opportunity is, right? So we have to become greedy when people are fearful, as Warren Buffett has mentioned, and we have to capitalize on these opportunities, which Leo is doing full-fledged.
For a founder, startup founders, if they have to reach out to you, to Leo, and ask for funding, what's the way to go forward?
So the best way would be to apply on our website. So on our website, we have 2 specific links. The first is become a member. So once they fill out the form and send it to us, one of our personnel will reach out to them within 48 hours and understand their investment needs and share details on the membership. The second is a startup looking for an investment or an opportunity looking for an investment, and there's an exhaustive list of questions that we ask. We have certain criteria that we want the business opportunity to meet. They need to be doing revenues of over 1 crore every year. They have to show us their path to profitability. We have to have innate confidence on the founder. When they meet these 3 things, they can answer all the questions, and our team will reach out to them within a week whether we want to invest or not. So we are sort of like a very expedited and clean process, where we're very transparent with both investors and startup whether we want to proceed, move ahead or not. And they can always reach out to me on LinkedIn. I'm quite active on LinkedIn, and me or someone from our team will immediately get back to them.
Well, that's good to hear, because one of the complaints from founders is it's very difficult to reach out to investors, right? So somebody like you is managing wealth and also has a component of, where you work with the VCs, and if you're approachable, that's music to the, the ears of founders.
Thank you so much.
Which is really good. So, what's the vision for Leo going forward? What are you looking at from, let's say, 5 years from now?
In the next 3 years, Major, we want to open 5 chapters in India. So right now we've established a very strong presence in Hyderabad. So as of August 12th, at the Indian Startup Festival, we've started our Bangalore chapter, and we have been taking membership requests and startup requests from Bangalore also. So our path is to move to Indore, Mumbai and Delhi. So that then we'll have 5 locations in India, and the first international location we're planning to do it in London. So we're getting a lot of interest from NRIs from UK and US specifically, where they've already amassed their wealth in different industries there, and they're looking to diversify and invest in India. So there's been a lot of interest from them. So we're catering to all of those needs, because previously, maybe 20 years back, their best bet would have been land.
Yes.
But now that 1 acre of land in Hyderabad is costing 100.75 crores, it's not reasonable that you'll get your return on investment quickly. So people with the holding capacity of about 3 to 5 years, startups or business opportunities are a great bet, especially because your investment amount is lower, on the lower end of the spectrum, with about 5 lakhs. And we don't allow investors directly to put the 5 lakhs in the company anyway. We aggregate about 10 to 15 investors, and we put anywhere from 50 lakhs to 75 lakhs in the company. That way we have all the investors' interest protected, and you're representing not one person, you're representing 100 people, right? So that way we command that sort of presence on the cap table of the company as well.
You said indoor and tier 2 cities also you're looking at.
Yes.
What's driving you towards tier 2? Why I ask this question is,
yes,
when you talk about startups, right?
Yes.
Typically it is Hyderabad, Bangalore, the NCR region, Mumbai, but we also see, as MyStartuptv, as we're going out on the ground, we see there's a huge rush and push demand from tier 2 cities like Bhubaneswar or Indore. What's your take on it?
The innate aspirational value of people living in tier 2 cities is equal to people living in a tier 1 or much higher. So people in those cities, they don't have the different spending avenues like we have in a tier 1 city. But people in tier 2 in fact are earning a lot of money, like the doctors, like the automotive dealership owners, or the real estate personnel in these tier 2 cities. They're earning a lot of money, the construction folk, the people who are software employees. And for them, there is an innate need to become someone. So they have that level of aspirational value. So I definitely think that there'll be a great target market for, they'll be the perfect audience for you.
Somebody said this, they said there's a demand, they have the money.
Yes.
As compared to, the urban folks, right? So,
absolutely.
So that's where it is, tier 2 cities have the money, just that they're looking for opportunity to put the money.
Absolutely.
Monish comes from a business family. You could have taken, easy thing for you would have been, get into your, family business.
Yes.
Why start something different? What is that driving you?
I think that the biggest purpose in my life is to leave behind a legacy. I think in 100 years from now, I want people to look back and think that, Monish has done something cool, or he's actually come out of his comfort zone and tried something new, and he's paved the path for, let's say, 10,000 jobs, and built multiple businesses and created that level of impact in the business ecosystem. I think that to me would be a great honor if I'm able to complete that and accomplish that in the business society. Of course, I have very, very good and highly qualified mentors who've been supporting me on this journey, and I've been learning so much from them. That also being said, I've had great support from our family. I think our businesses have been professionally run for the last 25 years or so. So even if I am there, I might not add as much value as the existing personnel. So it's a very exciting journey, Major. I think I'm someone who's very, very curious. I didn't want to be in the same business 9 to 5, Monday to Friday. So now that I'm a startup investor, we've started our family office. It's called MyCap Investments, Monishera Capital Investments. And over the last 3 years, we've invested in 18 different business opportunities. So every day I'm working on a different company. Every day I'm adding value to a different company. Every day I'm solving a problem that someone else is not able to solve, which gives me a great sense of accomplishment. and makes my day very, very exciting.
You said you are 29, just
Just turned 29.
Just turned 29.
Yes.
And the journey that you have done in the last 29 years, especially the last 5-6 years, is amazing.
Thank you.
And I wish and I hope to see you on 30 under 30 leadership segment.
Thank you so much.
Many congratulations and thank you very much.
Thank you so much, Major. Thank you for your time today.
To stay informed about the startup ecosystem, subscribe to My Startup TV.
Leo works as a niche business consulting firm. It's a business community where we connect money to opportunity, and we're also helping people synergize their businesses. We specialize in any sort of traditional business opportunities, startup equity opportunities, project-based funding opportunities, where we're able to create a win-win not only for the investor but also for the startup/business owner. Members directly investing into the companies or business opportunities themselves, where Leo is that vehicle or a facilitator where we are doing our due diligence on the companies, we are setting up the special purpose vehicles for people to invest in, and we are making sure that the investors' interests are protected, the shareholders' interests are protected. For the startup, there's instant money being sent within 30 days. We have about 8 VC partners across India. For the investors, they are able to make sure that their interests are protected, we're able to get a good exit for them. The FIB criteria, the fire in the belly criteria. So there is no geography restriction, there is no net worth restriction, there is no company or business restriction. The only thing we tell them is, you have to add value to the community, you have to take value from the community. The minimum investment that we suggest each member to do is 5 lakhs in one opportunity. So there is also our wealth management wing where people just transfer the funds to us and we manage it on their behalf. So today in this method we are managing about 9 crores and 5 lakhs in total. But for us to show them 5 opportunities, we go over about 300 opportunities. As of today, where we are with Leaders for India organization is we have 102 members who are industry leaders, business veterans and experts in their field. With a combined net worth of over 25,000 crores. In the last year and a half, we facilitated 20 crores for 16 different business opportunities. In the next 3 years, Major, we want to open 5 chapters in India. So we're getting a lot of interest from NRIs from UK and US specifically. So our path is to move to Indore, Mumbai and Delhi. So that then we'll have 5 locations in India, and the first international location we're planning to do it in London. Our motto is to become the trusted partner in your wealth creation journey.
To stay informed about the startup ecosystem, subscribe to My Startup TV.
So first of all, kudos to Captain Sunil, Colonel Vamshi and the team at MyStartuptv. You guys are the silent team, but does an amazing job. Congratulations on getting to 100,000 subscribers. May you go on to the next million and then 10 million and so on. All the best. All the very best. Thank you for your support.
To stay informed about the startup ecosystem, subscribe to My Startup TV.
Hello, I'm Jayesh Ranjak and I'm delighted to learn that MyStartuptv has crossed a very important milestone. They have now a 1 lakh subscribers base, and I'm very sure that all these 1 lakh people are extremely happy with the kind of content they get to see on MyStartuptv. Hopefully the journey will go on and on and on, and in a very short period of time I'll be here to greet them on their other milestones, maybe 5 lakh, 10 lakhs and so on and so forth. So good wishes to My Startup.
To stay informed about the startup ecosystem, subscribe to My Startup TV.
I think it's good to see My Startup TV over here, because we see a lot of audience cutting the cord and then moving to more into the OTT space and the social media and YouTube, etc. So it's good to see that My Startup TV is putting all the effort to kind of bring the video content, the media content into the OTT space, the startup content. So good to see them getting the silver button as well. So I kind of wish them all the best, and I hope their content gets into multiple devices and reach millions of audience soon.
To stay informed about the startup ecosystem, subscribe to MyStartuptv.
So nice to see MyStartuptv kind of going from strength to strength. I know Dr. Sunil from the time we started. I know it before also, but I know MyStartuptv from the time we started. And good to see it's not an easy space. Creating content, any content is not easy. Creating content in the startup and innovation space is even harder. And nice to see MyStartuptv making strides, and wishing all the very best to MyStartuptv to go to many more millions of subscribers. Best wishes.
To stay informed about the startup ecosystem, subscribe to MyStartuptv.
Today's series event opens up an eye, that we are in the process of building a mega fund, and all credit goes to Jay Chaudhary and team. It's a fantastic concept. India will be a kind of a source for a lot of global startups to come, look at for funding, mentoring, starting their initiatives in India and create employment for the local. There's a huge opportunity. I thank Jay Chaudhary for initiating this. It's going to go a long way, and India will be positioned as a global startup hub with our strengths that we are going to offer in future.
Yeah, I'm very happy to see all the investors to come to this event. In fact, many of them, like Dr. Ravindranath Chaudhary and N.T. Chaudhary, they all agreed to put more money, 100 crores, 50 crores kind of money they're investing. That means they're seeing that Succeed Innovation Fund, we are doing very well as a fund. In addition to that, as you asked India Startup Foundation, what we have done so far, it's only 1 year story. In 1 year, thousands of startups came to our ISF platform, and all of them are becoming successful. Then afterwards, I was talking to Balaji Reddy, why can't we create the Y Combinator plus in India? Because India is a big market today. Where is the market in America? Where is the market in China? Where is the market in other European countries? India is a big market. And all the startups across the pan-India, now they're growing exponentially. So we want to catch this wave when it is rising. And that's where, me and Vamshiram Builders, we are planning to set up ultra-modern Y Combinator plus with the funding, with the mentoring, with the market access. All that is going to come. And initially it will be in Hyderabad. Afterwards, we will extend this facility to other cities like Bangalore, Pune, Delhi and all that. Our aim is whoever comes to our whatever the ecosystem, they have to be successful. Once they come into our fold, automatically the valuation should go up, and their more customers should call on them, and that is the kind of thing we are planning to do. And all the elements like Venture Studio will be there, maybe a Shark Tank kind of a facility also we are planning to have. More importantly, most of the startups, they die without having the business. So for business, how do they get the business? We are going to have the experts who are good in European market, good in the American market, good in the Australian market, good in the Indian market. They will guide them which are those companies, how they can navigate and get new customers. I think customer access is going to be the key thing which we are going to establish here, and we are going to create many successful startups. Many of them are going to become billion-dollar companies. More than the money, they are going to create a lot of jobs for this great nation. That is the project that is going to be ISF+++, which we will be launching in the new year 2024. Thank you so much. Thank you.
To stay informed about the startup ecosystem, subscribe to MyStartuptv.
I'm Dr. Ravindranath, Chairman of Global University Foundation. This is a university for health, life sciences, technology, and innovation. One of the very specialized university focused on innovation to democratize the healthcare for India. This university will be starting soon. As part of this university, innovation is the central pillar. As part of that, we announced today Innovation Fund along with the Succeed the like-minded people, including me, are going to fund this. This innovation fund will definitely help technology innovations in healthcare, life sciences. You all know India is a large country with a 1.4 billion population. The current way of increasing healthcare costs we can't afford. No matter how many trillions we become, it is a distant possibility of 100% affordability of healthcare in this country. The only way is to democratize healthcare. The only way we can democratize healthcare is bringing healthcare costs down by innovations in our own country for our own people. So there are many, both health and life sciences put together, innovations using technology can bring down the cost. The many areas like preventive health care is the very, very important area. Then proactive diagnosis, and before the disease onsets, we should diagnose and reduce the cost of health care and improve the outcomes. And also curative health care also can be reduced, cost can be reduced, because today we are importing huge amounts of devices, implants, materials and medicines. All that can be done in this country. I have to say hats off to our pharma industry, which has reduced the cost of medicines in this country. That's why we are able to afford even today what we are doing. Same way we should do in devices, in implants and in disposables. So if we can do all these things, the cost can be reduced by at least 30-40%. Same way, using technology, we can have an early diagnosis, so we can bring down the cost of healthcare significantly. So we don't need to spend huge money on curative healthcare. So all these things are actually, if you look at it today, one of the major costs, a major reason for indebtedness of our middle class and becoming bankrupt is healthcare. One of the family members becoming ill due to serious illness, the whole family becomes bankrupt. This, even government is aware of that. I think it's very important, government, private sector, innovation, whoever is involved in innovation, healthcare, everybody should get along with the support funding. It's possible in the next decade or so, we can achieve significant progress in affordable healthcare in this country. That's what we need in this country. Democratizing healthcare is the mantra for future, because healthcare and education are the two eyes of this nation. And that's why we have to focus on these two areas. Government has to support in these areas. Government has to liberalize all the rules and regulations and help the nation to build very good ecosystem for innovations in the country so that we can democratize healthcare. Thank you.
To stay informed about the startup ecosystem, subscribe to MyStartup TV.
Hello, I'm Dr. Tapasvi Krishna Katragadda, consultant pulmonologist at Gleneagles Hospitals, Lakdikapul. I'm here with Angels Investors. Thanks to Dr. J. Chaudhary Garu for getting me here. So we got interested in AI in healthcare with some devices which make our lives much more easier. And if technology could help our sisters and doctors to specialists who are more specialized in caring for the patients when they're unable to be there, it would deliver better care to our patients who are in the ICU or who are in the wards. So that's how AI could connect junior doctors and senior doctors better. If I'm not even in my OPD, AI could connect my patients' breath sounds to me. This is the possibility I saw with AI and startups. So that's the reason I'm here with Angel Investors. That's how we got into this, would like to contribute better with ideas and with mentoring other startups, especially healthcare startups. Thank you.
To stay informed about the startup ecosystem, subscribe to MyStartup TV.
So I've been part of ISF for the last 9 months. We conducted the largest investor event in Bangalore, Madanhalli, and before that we did a series of Investor Connect events, one in Bangalore, one in Hyderabad, one in Pune, and we have a host of events coming up in the future. So, if you're a startup and you're looking for funding, you're looking for mentoring, you're looking for industry connect, this is the place you want to go to. Come register and, make the best use of ISF as a platform to grow your business, to scale your business.
To stay informed about the startup ecosystem, subscribe to MyStartup TV.
Hari Subramanian, represent Colruyt Group, and we also do investments through our Chorus investment vehicle. So we are a Belgian headquartered company. So we already have made quite a bit of investments here in India in few sectors in conscious consumer, energy mobility, and also in healthy living. I'm happy to be part of the ISF. So I truly see there's an opportunity where we can take our startup founders and give them market access in Belgium, preferably because that's where we have a lot of connect in that. So looking forward to find a way how I can play a role to help the society here in India, at the same time connect both Belgium and India in the startup ecosystem. Thank you.
To stay informed about the startup ecosystem, subscribe to MyStartup TV.
The India Startup Foundation, we are helping many startups who are coming, particularly early stage startups. They struggle a lot, not only for the funding, but more importantly for the market access. In fact, we want to help a lot of youngsters like Nikhil. Nikhil has got a gaming company. He's based out of Mumbai. But though he has got the funding, but he wants to get more business. That's when he'll make a revenue positive. Till today, he's still not able to get into the revenue positive. I assured him, using our India Startup Foundation, we are taking companies like Nikhil to not only within India, even outside the country also expose them to those markets. So we definitely, Nikhil, whatever you are doing in the, it's called Mumbai Gullies. Mumbai Gullies. Very innovative startup Nikhil has started. It's called Mumbai Gullies. In fact, all the real estate people can actually advertise in his game. It's a gamified model. So particularly for Hyderabad, so all the real estate companies, commercial or residential, they are looking for this kind of opportunity. When the people or youngsters are playing the game, they see, okay, Vamsiram Builders is building a nice infrastructure and all that this thing. So it's good for them and also good for him also, because he gets a lot of ad revenues and all that. So that's where now I told Nikhil that not only within India, every city after Mumbai Gullies, Hyderabad Gullies also you can have, and Chennai Gullies also you can have, Bangalore Gullies also you can have. So lot of opportunities within India itself. Then we'll take him to global. He can have a Paris Gully, Sydney Gullies, or California Gullies, or New York Gullies. All that we will, wherever ISF is going, we are going to promote Nikhil. So Nikhil, how do you want to take this opportunity?
First of all, thank you very much, sir. When I came to this event, you were the first person I met, and you were very warm and cordial towards us. Thank you very much for the kind words. And that is exactly, you got the vision exactly right, because that's what we are trying to do with Mumbai Gullies, is get all the brands. Mumbai is a global city. Of course, India has a lot of interesting cities and cultures that we can showcase out in the international world. So that's the market that we want to capture first. We want to tell stories from India, and that also poses a great opportunity for advertisers, as you mentioned. So it's great that we got to meet each other, and I'm looking forward to this association as a long-term association. So thank you very much for all the help and support that you promised today.
Nikhil, while you are helping the real estate players and other players, I want you also to help our startup companies. Each Mumbai itself, a lot of startups are there. In Mumbai Gullies, you identify who are the startup companies, you give them the visibility through your game. Similarly, when you come to Hyderabad Gullies, here also umpty number of startups are there. I think while helping the startups, you also help yourself, and that's a great service to the society, and also you make your money. It's a great concept. We are with you. We'll make sure that you become successful in the international arena. So I wish Nikhil and his company all the best, and make sure that one of our ISF companies to become global, and he'll become a multi-billion-dollar company with the help of India Startup Foundation. All the best, Nikhil.
Thank you very much, Dr. J.A. Chaudhary, sir. Thank you very much.
To stay informed about the startup ecosystem, subscribe to MyStartup TV.
Hi, this is Prerna Heda. I run a firm named Prerna Legal LLP, and we are in the helping the startup ecosystem from end to end. Then how the founders, how the people who are having ideas can start a firm, get their compliances in place, get the transaction work done, get their due diligences sorted, draft all kind of, connect them to the industry people and draft all their agreements. A founder needs to have a lot of knowledge on what is the investment coming in, what are the shareholders' rights he's supposed to give, what are the founders' responsibilities, with whom they are starting the company. So the firm gives a lot of end-to-end support to anybody who wants to, has already started and goes to a second and third level stage of building it up.
To stay informed about the startup ecosystem, subscribe to MyStartup TV.
Yeah, my name is M. Venkat. I am from Sunsoft Solutions Incorporation, Alpharetta, Georgia, and we do a product related to an offenders management system in US for US jails. So when the offender was released by a justice or a court to the outside on a parole or a bail, so we continuously track his location. So for that, now we replaced the ankle bracelet with a smartwatch, which is an IoT-based smartwatch, so which gives the continuous location of an offender and his activities continuously. So that is what our product, and both the services also we do for the US jail management system. Any person who wears ankle monitor, probably he may be within a social stigma. Maybe he feels that some others will observe that he has done some sin or something like that. So whereas if this smartwatch is a regular kind of watch, so where the people will come forward and wear the watch, and then they try to re-enter into the stream of the society. So as of now we have not yet used any AI related technology in that, but we have a lot of scope for this, and we are trying to implement some AI related algorithms to enhance the product features or qualities. Thank you.
To stay informed about the startup ecosystem, subscribe to MyStartup TV.
My name is Purnang Prakash. I am from Samaro. I am the CEO and co-founder. Samaro is an all-in-one event tech platform that empowers event organizers to streamline operations, boost attendee engagement, and maximize their ROI, and all of that in a single platform. We have right now customer presence in 35 different countries, and we have hosted more than 10 lakh attendees on our platform. We take pride in saying that we take effort from the event organizers front and make them focus on what really matters, making the attendees happy, generating more ROI from the events. And also on top of that, I would like to say that we were the fourth startup in the ISF in the first edition, and we're looking forward to being a part of it again in the next year. Thank you.
To stay informed about the startup ecosystem, subscribe to MyStartup TV.
This is Raviteja Gupta, founder of Gupta J Invest, an angel network. Investors only from Gupta community, startups can be from any community. Anyone who can multiply our money will invest. Business is business. We do focus on strategic investments where it will be win-win-win for all the parties. So apart from just money, we do a lot of value addition where we give market access, mentoring, manpower, motivation, methodology, mindset, like that many things. So if you want only money, go to any investment company. If you want money with value addition, you can come to us. After we investing, we connect you with other angel investment companies, other VC companies, family offices, private equity companies and all, where it will be like a wildcard entry for you. So because we endorsed you, and we already invested, we took the risk like that. So we do connect you with scale up. How to scale up is also we do. So we focus on early stage startups, early revenue generation stage startups where product market fit stage is crossed. So thank you.
To stay informed about the startup ecosystem, subscribe to MyStartup TV.
Hi, my name is Seshadri Wangala. I basically group CEO for I run a portfolio of firms. I'm the founder for iFin Global Group. And also, more importantly, I'm also the founding member of our Indian Startup Foundation, which is now, I think, truly international startup foundation, led by my mentor, Sri J. Chaudhary, and also, of course, a group of teams. And this is like, we're also social impact startup, 12 months old, like your mystartuptv. Thanks, for the support first. But I think we are evolving because this is not the first thing. We always, as I always say, with the three taglines, connect, collaborate and celebrate. With that vision, we have started this firm. We have got a pro bono volunteers in the 12 months. The story has been, we started the second edition of our festives. We call it festives. So as ISF, I always say that very loud and clear that we are not for profit, obviously, but at the same time, we are not an event management company. We have a real for basically helping promoting startups, scale-ups by mentoring, and also have been privileged to have a lot of the global CEOs, investors coming all together. And of course, I believe in London and truly been part of organizing for the global stuff for this, and truly honored. I always say this in my early childhood days. I used to say JSR, now I'm truly working for him. And why him? Because already we have witnessed how the energy and spirits, I think we are trying to carry forward. And coming back the experiences, yes, succeed. Honestly, some of them has been also clubbed to ISF, trying to bring in some daughter funds through ISF Angels, trying to do our bit to bring in this kind of cause for getting all in a room to kind of, more important to solve problems, not only funding. I think majority still needs in India, how do we create jobs, how the company should come here, and more importantly, what is that we need to enable them. It's not by funding you there, how do you enable them in the right direction, but the real thought leaders. So today we have the authentic, the unsung heroes all in a room. This is what I said, that is the uniqueness of this particular movement. I don't say this as a platform, it's a movement that's happening. And I hope, I wish and request everyone to join our organization, which is happening at the Holy Abode at Satyasai University, Satyasai Grama, where you all know a lot of activities are happening under His Holiness Madhusudan Saiji. So we are trying to do all that, and I think more, I always say we just had a teaser. We still have a lot of even trailers and pictures coming up, global thing, and that's where we are working on it. Thank you very much for all your support also, MyStartuptv and
To stay informed about the startup ecosystem, subscribe to MyStartup TV.
Hi, I'm Vikrant Varshne, Managing Partner of Succeed Innovation Fund. We are great to have all the hosts coming and joining us. We were trying to get the ecosystem of people, our investors, startups, ecosystem, ISF community, and everybody who's supporting the innovation ecosystem was invited. We are supporting the early stage innovation ecosystem We have had about 70 portfolio companies and many of them were here. And we are glad to see many of them doing very well, scaled up. Our fund is unique. We start from an early stage category and we support them in the growth journey by doing successive round. There is a big amount of mentoring which goes along to make them successful, and we are seeing the result of all of that. Our companies are doing well. Over a period of last 3 years, we have about 4x multiple on the capital invested, and that's a testimony that our investment thesis is working well. We invite more companies to join as well as more investors to back us. Look forward to have more. ISF sub-fund is also a community that we have been supporting, and we look forward to working additionally with everybody who's supporting ISF ecosystem too. Thank you.
To stay informed about the startup ecosystem, subscribe to MyStartuptv.
My name is Vinay Kohli. I'm the center head for an AI company called DQ.io. It's located in Jubilee Hills, Hyderabad. We are a startup company. So this is the first time I've been to this place, and I find the kind of effort to be very enterprising. Definitely this kind of thing is very necessary for the startups, especially the mentorship and the direction. It's quite amazing. Thank you.
To stay informed about the startup ecosystem, subscribe to MyStartuptv.
Hi, I'm Vinuta, the Chief Community Officer of Draper Startup House. It's been a privilege to be part of this event. Succeed has been doing an amazing work. They have invested over 60 companies, and we have seen how this fund from Hyderabad has grown. There are very few funds in Hyderabad, and Succeed has been an example for us as to how a fund of early stage can really flourish in this market. I'm so proud to be here and actually connect with all my colleagues who have built this ecosystem together. And cheers to Succeed. It's been a wonderful ride.
To stay informed about the startup ecosystem, subscribe to MyStartuptv.
So I'm a mentor with ISF. Chaudhary Garu has been very kind in inviting me to be a part of ISF. So my investment philosophy is fairly sector agnostic. So I've got about 30 companies that I've invested in startups. They range from deep tech to clean tech to battery tech, different kind of industries. They're pretty wide ranging. So what I look at really is very carefully about what problem are they really solving. I have to be very, very clear about what that startup is trying to solve as a problem. Their problem statement has to be super clear, and then their solutions have to be equally clear. It's a question of looking at the team, see what their background is, and I'm not really too worried whether they come from IITs or IIMs or whatever. I just look at how much of a commitment do they have in terms of the business that they are trying to solve, the business that they are trying to build, as well as in terms of what their plans are. Normally when I hear a pitch that talks about my exit plan is going to be an IPO 5 years later, or I'm trying to be a unicorn, or one such thing, I'll just say that's it, thank you very much, no more. There's nothing to discuss after this. I want to hear from you, what is it that you are really trying to build? How much of hunger do you have in the belly? What are you trying to actually build? How passionate are you about whatever business that you're building? If you give me even 2x, I'm happy. Don't talk about 100x and 50x and whatever, because that tells me what is the commitment of the founder is. And that's more than enough for me. And that's been my philosophy. And I'm pretty happy to say whether I chose it one way or the other, I seem to be somehow in sunrise industries. So I have charging equipment, I have EV cars, I have space tech, people like this, clean tech, so solar farms, cold storage chains, logistics chains. So end of the day, they are all technology, but technology as an overlay over real business. There's a bricks and mortar business, and there's an overlay of software. It's not pure software or SaaS or whatever else. Because to me, I'm a trader. I come from a commodities trading background. So when I look at things, I strip them naked first and then build back whatever needs to be built up and see where is the economics, where is the cost, where is the economics in this whole game, and then look at whether that is sounding logical or not. So when we are in commodities business, we always look at how to price it correctly. So which means then you need to get your cost right? So that's how, and I look at funding and say, if someone is coming up with crazy funding ideas and trying to be high-fly kind of funding ideas, I say, no, that's it. Because you want them to build it step by step by step. So lucky that so far at least I've got 4 or 5 of the companies who have done 3, 4, 5 rounds of additional funding, and they've been building. So every round has become like at least another 5 to 10x. So that's, I would say in a nutshell, is my ideas and philosophy. Thank you.
To stay informed about the startup ecosystem, subscribe to MyStartuptv.
Be starting the Hall of Fame Awards, the first category of awards, and for that, once again, may I please request MSR sir to kindly come on stage to felicitate all our awardees. We will be having 14 winners in this and calling out one by one each of our awardees. May I please invite the very first name here. It is Partha Pratim Patnaik, Global Head HR Politics. As a distinguished Chief Human Resource Officer, Partha Patnaik exemplifies unparalleled leadership in the realm of human capital management. Winner. Congratulations to Gajendra Menon, Senior Director HR, Global Talent Acquisition, Entity Data, an esteemed talent acquisition leader with over 2 decades of unparalleled expertise. Gajendra Menon brings a wealth of experience and strategic vision to the global stage. Congratulations to Mr. Gajendra Menon. Moving on to the next, may I please invite, on behalf of Mr. Ranbir Agarwal, Chairman of Marilix Technology, let's invite everyone, entire team on the stage, and congratulations to Ranbir Agarwal, Chairman of the Marilix Technology Solutions. As the esteemed chairman of the leading technology company, Mr. Ranbir epitomizes innovation and visionary leadership. His strategic, forward-thinking approach has propelled the company to the forefront of technological advancements. With a keen understanding of market trends, Ranbir drives transformative changes. Congratulations to the entire team and Mr. Ranbir. With this, moving on to the 4th name of Hall of Fame awards, it is Ms. Aarti Ramaswamy, HR Director, TI AAA. As a distinguished HR Director, Ms. Aarti, the human capital strategist with precision and empathy. Can we applaud for our beautiful HR Director, Ms. Aarti, who leverages technology to build efficiencies. Moving on to the 5th name of Hall of Fame. Ladies and gentlemen, it is Mr. Ramakrishna Momidi, SVP Deloitte. Congratulations, Mr. Ram, who has completed 30 years of experience in HRM in various world-class organizations, currently a senior VP HR in Deloitte and also serving as a board member in Deloitte Support Services. Congratulations, sir. Hall of Fame, may I please invite Neena Chakrabarti, Director, HR, an accomplished HR leader recognized as the top 100 great people manager in India, who has 20 years of diverse industry experience in ITs, healthcare, BPO, manufacturing, and the list goes on. Congratulations, ma'am. And our next winner is Captain Vibhash Sharma. Defense to Development HR visionary, a former Indian Army officer who turned HR professional, who embodies disciplined leadership, a journey from serving the nation to excelling in human resources exemplifies a unique blend of strategic acumen. Congratulations, Ms. Vibhash Sharma. Well, yes, ladies and gentlemen, moving on to the next name, it is Mr. Vivek, the Managing Director of Mitchell Martin India Private Limited. Mr. Vivek Mudaliar, can we have a huge round of applause and welcome him? A passionate entrepreneur with over 16 years experience in the staffing industry, who has been a recipient of multiple corporate awards, loves building teams and strategic growth. Congratulations, Mr. Vivek. May I please invite Ms. Lakshmi Nair, Executive Partner, India South Asia, SAP Service Area Lead, IBM Consulting. Okay, so her presence is not here. We have a video bite by Ms. Lakshmi. Can we please have the video? Lakshmi Nair is an Executive Partner in IBM, with over 25 years of sales and consulting experience, including 20 years of experiencing focusing on shaping and delivering large-scale CRM, digital and SAP programs.
Hi, good evening everyone. This is Lakshmi. Firstly, I'd really like to thank everyone who nominated me and for winning the Hall of Fame award. I am very grateful. Unfortunately, I have another commitment because of which I am currently in Bombay today and unable to be in Hyderabad. But definitely cherish the moment and thank all of the jury members for nominating this and giving me this award. Thank you very much.
And yes, so with this, moving on to the next name of Hall of Fame Awards. And the next name is Mr. Manoj Nalam, agrarian industrialist and philanthropist, who is a renowned philanthropist, stands as an inspiring figure in agriculture sector, revolutionizing farming practices. Congratulations to Mr. Manoj Nalam. Moving on to the next name, ladies and gentlemen, last four names in the category of Hall of Fames. It is Dr. Vipul Singh, SVP Head HR. On behalf of Mr. Vipul, we have Fayab collecting the award. This is for Vipul, who has experience of 25 years of HR leadership in information technology services, telecommunications and consumer durable industries. Congratulations to Mr. Vipul. Moving on to the next name, it is Srini Vudumula, COO of Nuvalis. Congratulations! A seasoned HR and business leaders, holds on MBA from XLRI and engineering degree from Osmania University. With over 32 years of hands-on experience globally, Srini's expertise spans across many industries and functions. Congratulations to you, Srini Vidumala sir, COO of Nuvalis. Wow. Our next winner of Hall of Fame is Syed Shabir, the co-founder and CTO of Edboy. Congratulations to Mr. Syed Shabir, with an exceptional career spanning over 20 years in software engineering, technology leadership and solution landscape. Congratulations to you, Mr. Syed Shabir. Moving to the last name of Hall of Fame, ladies and gentlemen, it is Mr. Abhishek Nag, Regional HR Director of New Globe. Congratulations, a versatile, multidisciplinary, socially responsible and continuous HR professional who has been instrumental in transforming businesses through innovative people strategy. Congratulations to Mr. Abhishek Nag. The next set of awards is Visionary Awards. Visionary Awards, and in this category we will be having 17 winners. And to present this awards, may I please invite on stage Mr. Manoj Kalra to felicitate all our awardees of Visionary Awards. The first award in Visionary category goes to Ms. Sudha Nujila, who is the HR manager of GSE Digital Private Limited, a dedicated HR professional who excels in fostering innovative, collaborative workplace culture. Congratulations, ma'am. Thank you so much. Next awardee is Mr. Vinod Pushpan, Associate Vice President of HR at Centaur Billing, a seasoned HR pro with 13 years plus years of diverse experience, all about authenticity, integrity, and pursuing excellence in HR. He's on a mission to make a lasting impact, joining us in celebrating his journey. Congratulations, Mr. Vinod. Now, next up, we have Ms. Jyoti Balasubramanian, Head HR of Medversity Online Limited. We have here? Yes. As the head of HR at Medversity, Ms. Jyoti leads with a unique blend of EdTech expertise and HR acumen. Ms. Jyoti's visionary approach aligns human capital with Medversity's mission of impacting healthcare through education. Let's have a huge round of applause for Ms. Jyoti Balasubramanian. Thank you so much, ma'am, for being here. To the next awardee, it is Ms. Anita Prabhakar, Head HR. Let's have Ms. Anita on the stage, a seasoned HR leader and a head of human resources with distinguished 22 years of career in IT industry, armed with a postgraduate degree in Masters in Business Administration, Scrum Master certification, and Six Sigma Green Belt certification, to name a few. Ms. Anita has rich international HR exposure across Singapore, Thailand, and the list goes on. Congratulations to Ms. Anita. Moving on to the next awardee, may I please invite on stage Ms. Janani Prakash, Head of People and Culture, Gen Zion. Congratulations. Let's keep up the energy high with your round of applause. The HR leader with Engineering Foundation, a devoted mother, a mentor in leadership development, a certified yoga instructor, an accomplished vocalist. Wow. Ms. Janani portrays a total diverse range of talents and passions. Next up, we have Mr. Hani Dev, Head of People Function at Voy. Can we have a huge round of applause, ladies and gentlemen? Currently serving as Head of People Functions at Advoy, Mr. Hani Dev has redefined the traditional boundaries of HR, steering the people function with strategic vision. Congratulations, Mr. Hani Dev. May I please invite Ms. Rashi on the stage? Thank you, ma'am. Please join us on the stage. And our next awardee is Mr. Arun Prasad, Talent Acquisition Leader, ladies and gentlemen, from Pluto International, a highly skilled data-driven HR and talent acquisition people leader, backed by 20 years of experience. Super, super congratulations to Mr. Arun Prasad. Next awardee, it is Sri Lata Shankar, HR and L&D leader. Congratulations to Sri Lata Shankar, a multifaceted personality and a seasoned HR professional with over 24 years of expertise. Can we have a huge round of applause for our dynamic lady here? showcasing a depth of knowledge and mastery that sets benchmarks for excellence. Also a speaker, trainer, and has anchored many programs. Congratulations, ma'am. Lovely. Moving on to the next name, we have Mr. Malay Kumar Jena, Director HR, UBS Solutions India Private Limited. Congratulations to Mr. Malay Kumar Jena, a seasoned HR professional for over 16 years plus experience. Over the years, he has demonstrated excellence in managing talented agenda across businesses within globally renowned organizations. Super congratulations to you, sir. With this, moving on to the next name, it is Mr. Avinash Tosaramali, if I'm not wrong, the pronunciation is right, Senior Manager of HR, Meridian IT India Private Limited. A broad skill set, a strategic mindset, and a commitment to making a positive impact on both the organization and its people. Congratulations to Mr. Avinash. Moving on to the next name, in the category of visionary, it is Mr. Suman Lakim Shetty, Head of TA Darwin Box. Congratulations! Can we have a huge round of applause, everybody? His visionary leadership and innovative approach have redefined recruitment paradigms, steering organization towards unparalleled success. Congratulations to Mr. Suman. Thank you so much. Moving on to the next name, it is Mr. Bhavani Prasad Shivali, Director of L&D Human Resources India and APAC. Bhavani Prasad, so congratulations to you. He has 24 years plus experience across impactful roles in the corporate and learning sector and across multiple industries. Let's keep applauding for all our awardees. Let's keep up the energy high, ladies and gentlemen. We still have 2 more categories of awards. Moving on to the next name. Congratulations to Dr. Ravi Dasari, Associate Vice President, Human Resources, Jasper Industries. Ravi Dasari sir holds a PhD in the area of HRM with a special focus on HR issues in Indian IT industry. Congratulations to Dr. Ravi Dasari. And the next name in this room is Mr. Ramakumar Misala, Vice President, Talent Acquisition, Cisco. Congratulations, let's have a huge round of applause for Mr. Ramakumar, who has 18 years of hands-on experience managing the entire recruitment life cycle process for lateral and leadership hiring. Congratulations to you, Mr. Ramakumar, sir. To the last 3 winners of this category, the visionary category. Next name is Miss Geeta Goti, Senior Vice President Pro Art, an exceptional professional in strategic talent management, compliance, and corporate governance. Miss Geeta Goti embodies a multifaceted leader with expertise in driving organizational success. Congratulations to Miss Geeta. Let's have a huge round of applause, everybody. Wow. Congratulations, ma'am, once again. And yes, our next winner for this category of visionary is Mr. Subodh Gupta C, founder and CEO of Karya On-Site Solutions, the visionary founder and esteemed chairperson of Karya On-Site Solution, who embodies the driving force behind the company's operational process. Congratulations to you. And our last winner in this category, ladies and gentlemen, put your hands together for Smriti Mathur, Head HR, Pega India, who has 20 years plus global leadership experience across multiple HR, including business advisory. Congratulations to our panelists, VP Mathur, Head HR. Once again, congratulations to all the awardees of the category that is visionary. First winner is Anukulya Panda, Assistant Vice President HR from Berkadia, a senior HR professional with over 15 years of experience, which includes 8 years in engineering and 7 years in managing talent management functions in HR. Congratulations to Anukulya Panda. Thank you so much for joining us here. The next winner is J. Shankar Parida, General Manager, Sage IT. Congratulations! Let's have the energies high, ladies and gentlemen. With a robust of 14 years tenure in recruitment services, Shankar brings a demonstrable history of cultivating new business avenues. Congratulations, Mr. Shankar. Wow. Next up, ladies and gentlemen, we have Mr. Deepak Bidla, HR Head of Bloomberg. Congratulations to Mr. Deepak Bidla. With over 16 years of hands-on experience in India, Deepak's expertise spans launching and establishing HR departments from inception, conducting HR training programs, and leading successful consultant productions. With this, next up we have Mohammad Abdul Nawaz Hafiz, Manager Talent Acquisition, Advanced Auto Parts India. Let's have a huge round of applause for Mohammad Abdul Nawaz Hafiz. He is a talent acquisition and staffing leader, adept at seamlessly aligning organizational needs with available talent in the market. Congratulations to Mr. Abdul. With this, ladies and gentlemen, moving on to the Trendsetter Awards, the next awardee is Vamshi Reddy, General Manager, Talent Acquisition, Women. Congratulations to Mr. Vamshi Reddy, a highly skilled professional specializing in talent acquisition with a wealth of experience. His expertise lies in leadership hiring, devising early careers, talent strategies. Congratulations to you, Mr. Vamshi Reddy. Moving up to our next awardee is Miss Meera Phatak, Manager HR of Meru International School. Congratulations to this beautiful lady here who is an exemplary leader in the field of human capital management. Meera's acumen and strategic foresight have not only shaped robust HR frameworks, but also propelled businesses to unprecedented heights. Congratulations to Ms. Meera Phatak. Next up, we have Ms. Gayatri Athreyan, Senior Manager, Salesforce. Let's have a huge round of applause for Ms. Gayatri Athreyan. An accomplished professional with over 3 decades of experience in IT industry, specializing in content design and information management. Congratulations to Gayatri Athreyan. Next up, ladies and gentlemen, it is Mr. Pradeep Irwan, Vice President of RCZM. He's not here? Okay. Anyone from the team? Okay. Next up, we have Mr. Sharat Nag Rahula, Director Global HR. Okay. They have missed their presence, but still congratulations to both of them. Next up, we have Mr. Arvind Jakku. Okay, he's here. Finally, the HR Associate of Talent Acquisition. Congratulations, professional from 8 years plus of demonstrated history of working experience. He has the ability to develop recruitment strategies. Congratulations, Mr. Arvind. Next up, ladies and gentlemen, we have Mr. Raghava Mungu, Regional Head of Talent Acquisition, HDFC Bank. Congratulations to Mr. Laghava, the HR leader offering extensive experience in handling multifarious HR functions. Congratulations to you, sir. Thank you so much, ma'am. With this, I request you to please be seated. And I request Ms. Geeta Srinivasan to please join us on the stage for the felicitation of next awardees in the category of Trendsetter. Next up, ladies and gentlemen, our next awardee is Mr. Srinivas Dulipala, Cluster Lead and LMD HR of Hetero Lab, with 22 years plus experience with the government of HR in academia and industries spanning across sectors. Currently, Cluster Lead LMD at Hetero Labs. Huge congratulations to you, sir. Well, yes, moving on to the next name, it is once again our women empowerment. Let's call upon Ms. Archana Sada, Director of Sada Technologies Consultant Solutions. She is the founder of Sada Technology Consultant Solutions. Her contributions and accomplishments are commendable and inspiring for all the entrepreneurs here. Congratulations to you, ma'am. And our next name in Trendsetter Awards list, it is Mr. Preetham Chakravarti. Wow, you have a huge fan following. DGM Business SHRM India, a dynamic sales professional known for delivering results, adept at navigating complex sales cycle and achieving exceptional outcomes. Congratulations to Mr. Preetham. Next up, we have Mr. Bharat Avula, Talent Acquisition Manager at Ivy Compact. He is a Talent Acquisition Manager, specializes in strategic talent procurement. Congratulations to Mr. Bharat from Talent Acquisition Manager from Ivy Comtech. Next up, ladies and gentlemen, we have Neelofar Tabassum, Miss Neelofar Tabassum, the co-founder of Good Universe. Congratulations! She has established Good Universe along with Kamal in 2014, addressing the critical issues of menstrual health and hygiene in Telangana's village. She has been a trendsetter. Congratulations to you, ma'am. With this, we have our next winner of Trendsetter category. It is GVS Karthik, partner, We Are Associates. Congratulations to GVS Karthik from We Are Associates. Few names more to go in this category. It is the next name is PV Ravi Kumar, Managing Director, Plus Ventilations Private Limited. Congratulations to Mr. Ravi Kumar. Thank you so much for joining us here today. And ladies and gentlemen, the last two awards in Trendsetter category. The next award goes to Mr. Krishna Mohan, Senior Delivery Manager at Michelle Martin India Private Limited. Congratulations to Mr. Krishna Mohan, who has a total of 14 years of US recruitment experience, of which 8 years as Delivery Manager, handling the clients in domains like IT, financial and healthcare. Congratulations to you. Well, yes, the next awardee is Mr. Girish Akash from NXT World Next Wave. It is the Girish's greatest aspiration mission is to combat India's unemployment challenge by equipping the nation's youth with the cutting-edge tech skills currently in high demand. Congratulations to Girish Akash. The last name in the trendsetter category, it is Mr. D. Shiva Ramakrishna Sarma sir, founder of ProTech, architects, engineers, interior designers, project management consultants. Congratulations to Mr. D. Shiva Ramakrishna Sarma sir. He has sung a lovely Ganesh Vandana in the starting during the lamp lighting. Congratulations to you, sir, once again. With this, we end up with the trendsetter category of. Yes, ladies and gentlemen, to give away the Young Achiever Awards, may I please invite on stage Miss Ruhi Saira to kindly join us on the stage for felicitation of awardees of Young Achiever. Achiever awardees are only 6, and let's have a look at all the 6 awardees from Young Achiever. The first name is Miss Tanya Katiyar, the HR executive from KPMG Global Services. Congratulations to Miss Tanya. Moving on to the next awardee of Young Achiever, it is Mr. Mohammad Noor, CEO of Noobs Media. Congratulations to you, Mr. Mohammad Noor. A 20-year-old and a founder. Wow. He has worked with 250 plus companies, that includes Google. Congratulations to you. Well, yes, moving on to the next name, it is Mr. Bharat Kumar, founder and CEO of Aspiration IT Solutions. Mr. Bharat Kumar is a young founder behind Aspirations IT Solutions. His leadership drives the company's innovative approaches and strategic initiatives, positioning it as a rising force in the industries. Congratulations to Bharat Kumar. Okay. Well, yes, ladies and gentlemen, we have 2 winners from Team Dovely. And yes, the 2 awardees are Zainab, founder and CEO, and we have Uzma, co-founder and COO of Team Dovely. Congratulations to India's only bike taxi services for women, driven by women. It aims to increase women empowerment rate in India by hiring women as our Dovely partners and giving them an opportunity to be financially independent. What a thought. Congratulations, girls. Congratulations. Amazing. Once again, they deserve a huge round of applause, ladies and gentlemen, from Team Dovely. And yes, moving on to the last name of Young Achiever, it is Ajay Nag. Mr. Ajay Nag, the filmmaker, is here. Can we have a huge round of applause for Mr. Ajay Nag, the filmmaker, presenting in Young Achievers Awards. What a lovely set of awards, ladies and gentlemen, we had here today. The TOT Awards, that is the Triumphs of Talents. Thank you so much, ma'am, for joining us here. And ladies and gentlemen, with that, we come to the climax, that is, we end up all the categories of awards. Congratulations to all the winners once again who have set a benchmark in the year 2023. Congratulations. Let's have a huge round of applause for each one of you here today. It has been an amazing event now, and yes, congratulations to the entire organizing team, management team, who has done an excellent job presenting all the awards. We had 200 plus nominations, as said earlier, and only 50 members were awarded today.
To stay informed about the startup ecosystem, Subscribe to MyStartup TV.
Thank you so much, everyone. Welcome to the night of recognition and achievement. Welcome to TOT Awards 2023. Okay, so I purposely avoided to speak more about TOT Awards because we have an amazing video which actually sets the context of what TOT is.
Yes, let's have the video, please.
Hello, everyone. After spending almost more than 2 decades in leadership positions, one thing I learned was no matter what your title is, what your role is, what your level and position in the organization, you always want to be recognized for the work that you do. Now the recognition could be, it can just be a word of compliment like somebody telling you did a good job. It can be an appreciation email coming from somebody senior in the organization, or it can also be an award. Now this is the thought that created this program 5 years ago. We started this initiative to identify and recognize hidden talent in various organizations. We did that under a different brand name. Now this year we did some reimagining into the whole concept of this awarding program, and therefore we are also rebranding this award as TOT Awards. Now through this award, our aim is to identify hidden talent in organizations, identify high-performing individuals, high-performing teams, and also high-performing organizations, and then award them and provide them some visibility in the overall society. But our goal is not just to recognize these people. Our goal is also to create a ripple effect in the society and therefore contribute to building a high-performing industry which can in turn contribute to the industry. And I'm sure with the support of people like you, we will definitely achieve the goal, and that too quite soon.
Well, yes, can we have a huge round of applause for Mr. Dinesh? Well, yes, not only this beautiful video, we have a brief introduction about him. Mr. Dinesh, an HR professional, CHRO global leader, also known his known facts of Mr. Dinesh are, he's a national volleyball player. He has received NCC Best Cadet Medal in Infantry Wing from PM PV Narasimha Rao. He's a university gold medalist in his MBA, a state level athlete, and the gym in ICF Stadium, Chennai, named as Dinesh Gym after his name. Isn't it huge? Can we have a huge round of applause on this name? He is also the president of International Human Rights Protection Council Telangana chapter. He was named as Asia's top 100 HR leaders by Forbes in Asia. He has adopted a home of 300 differently able people and has been taking care of them for the last 5 years. A sponsor for cricket team. This beautiful profile person is also the charter president of Rotary Club of Royal Icon. So I request you to please stand at your place and wave a hi to everybody. This is Mr. Dinesh. Can we have a huge round of applause and welcome him on the stage for a small welcome address.
I have to say something. Good evening, everyone. She's a little surprised because I'm not following the script. I'm not supposed to come on stage now. But I came to hear some of the facts, right? And I'm also supposed to act surprised. How did she know all this fact? But I'm not, because I only wrote it and gave it to her. But I came on stage to appreciate the way you read it. It is really nice to hear somebody talk about you. So thank you so much. I'm supposed to say hello to all of you and stay here. That's a script, right?
All right, thank you so much. Thank you so much, sir, for adding that humor. Yes, and may I please invite on the stage our chief guest, Mr. MSR, CEO of T-Hub. Can we have a huge round of applause for Mr. MSR, CEO of T-Hub? I also, for the felicitation, I request our team to please have the token of appreciation for Mr. MSR, sir. And I request Mr. Dinesh, sir, to please felicitate MSR, sir.
To stay informed about the startup ecosystem, subscribe to MyStartup TV.
Thank you so much. A very, very good evening to all. You know, when I looked at the title and I was asked to give a note, I was just wondering what to say. And Rashi, thank you very much for giving me a cue on this. It's a celebration of each one of us here on being a talent. But there's a much, much bigger, environment that gets created around this. And let's talk about that. While we are talking about individual talent here, the ecosystem that this talent creates is something that we all need to be very proud of. The fact that we are in this wonderful infrastructure T-Hub, courtesy Mr. MSR here, and I've had a privilege of meeting him today, is a result of the talent that the city is producing. It's a result of the virtuous cycle that good talent brings. Because the more the talent, the more the infrastructure, the more the environment that gets created to adapt and to absorb that talent, which then creates more and more opportunities for the kids that are coming. And you all are actually exemplary examples that are being set for the future of the talent. I come from the GCC industry, and I've been in that for more than 20 years now. And if I can quote some figures on how this has evolved for the whole country, today we are a 45 billion industry, a 45 billion US dollars industry. In 4 years, we will become 110 billion. That's the kind of growth trajectory that's being said. 1,600 GCCs growing to 1,900 in the next 3 to 4 years. Every 5 days, there's a new GCC being added. 7 cities are at the top. Hyderabad competing very fiercely with Bangalore, and in the last 2 quarters has actually overtaken Bangalore. It's all because of the talent and the kind of infrastructure that each one of you have brought, the kind of grooming that you've been giving, and will continue to groom the next layer of leaders. And that's what really brings this virtuous cycle of talent all together. So coming together and celebrating this, I think, is really a great step. Big thanks to the organizers for doing this, because I only think it sparks more and more and gives you opportunities to celebrate more talent across here. So thank you all. Looking forward to the event as the evening unfolds. Thank you all.
Thank you so much, sir. Requesting you to please stay back. And now I request Mr. Fayaz to present a small memento to Mr. Manoj.
To stay informed about the startup ecosystem, subscribe to MyStartup TV.
I request sir to please speak a few words and address our audience.
Privileged and honored to be here. And I think when I met Fayaz, as he said a few weeks ago, and he said, I want to do this Triumph of Talent event. I said, happy to support you. And I also see, I forgot to mention the jury members, many of whom I now know, right? Including one young dude who's staring very seriously at me, right? Sai. So all of you know this guy, right? Charan? Charan, stand up. And maybe you can wave to the adoring masses, as they say. Yeah. So first of all, thank you for being here. And I think as I was coming up here, MyStartuptv stopped me there and said, why do we do awards? So I think the way I look at it, right, I think as all of you are industry leaders, all of you are very motivated, and I also see Ram here, hello Ram, motivated and self-driven. But I think an award is an important, manifestation of an external recognition, right? And I think one of the things Maslow talks about is this innate need for recognition, right? While we do good stuff, some of us, I'm sure, also have what I call this imposter syndrome, right? And an award is a way of kind of saying, listen, I know you're doing good work, and it is good to get a pat on the back, right? We also know that sometimes pat on the back can also become something else if you don't live up to expectations. But an award kind of sets a benchmark, right? It is a way of both within the entities you work for, plus the larger world. It's a way of getting recognition, getting appreciation, and celebrating success. So I'd like to thank Fayaz and his team for this opportunity for all of you to celebrate this. You're all achievers, and I think this is like an achievers. I was talking to
I don't know how many of you have seen this Marvel Avengers series. Okay, I thought this is a young crowd. So, okay. Anyway, it's like a movie full of superstars here, right? All of you are superstars here, so I'm very happy and privileged to be here. How many of you are coming to TIA for the first time? Okay, large number. Okay, so then that gives me an opportunity to talk to you a little bit about T-Hub. So T-Hub is India's largest incubator. Today at T-Hub, we have more than 410 startups working in the building. And these startups are in agriculture, in aviation, in HR tech, they build enterprise tech platforms, fintech, edutech, and so on. And what we are trying to do here at T-Hub is basically create an environment to support early stage entrepreneurs and to help drive innovation, right? So I'd like to encourage you, and I'd like to ask Fayaz and his team, if you have a break sometime during, for coffee or before dinner, happy to have you go through the floors. I'm going to ask Charan to do that job, okay? Because Charan actually is de facto, honorary leader of anything to do with entrepreneurship in Hyderabad, right? And is what, Forbes 30 under 30 or 20 under 20 or something like that, right? Yeah. So please take advantage of this opportunity to see what we are trying to do here at T-Hub. And again, I want to call out and wish all the achievers, you've got to, getting a recognition is good, but, it also sets an expectation that you now have to move up to the, next level. So congratulations again and best wishes for continued success.
May I please invite Mr. Dinesh sir to kindly felicitate our CEO with a small memento, token of appreciation by Ms. Leena and Mr. Dinesh.
To stay informed about the startup ecosystem, subscribe to MyStartup TV.
This panel discussion would be Mr. Dinesh, who is the Global Director of HRSS, and the panelists would be Shrikant Surampudi, Mr. Shrikant Surampudi, who is the Head HR TCS Hyderabad. We also have Ms. Rashi Srivastava, who is the CDO of Quintily, and Ms. Smriti Mathur, who is the Head HR Pega India. So we would be having a brief panel discussion.
So this event is all about rewards and recognition and identifying talent, identifying high performers. And, a couple of months ago, I got a call from somebody saying, you're a person, you're doing this, and we would like to, recognize you. We want to give you an award. And I'm sure most of you are also, receiving such calls and emails of various awards that are happening. I mean, and we are one among them. I recognize that. And that's the topic that I wanted to take for this first panel discussion. In terms of, there are so many external awards that are happening, and is it really worth it? Should we really do it? And that's the topic. And on that, I want to also place the first question to my fellow panelists, that these external awards, do they really matter? There are so many external awards that are happening. Is it good or bad? And then, how do you identify the authentic ones?
Is it worth getting an award, external award? I think yes, because getting an award as an individual, it gives you recognition, visibility. It gives you motivation to go above and beyond. It is something that you should not be working for, but when you get an award, it's a recognition of your work that you've been delivering. At the same time, for an organization, it brings credibility, it brings customer loyalty. Associating or getting an award from a credible award, it brings a lot of recognition in the industry. So I think it is worth it. The next question was about, there are so many awards coming up.
You don't have to necessarily answer all the questions.
Okay. I'll park that for the next one. But I think it is important to get awards. The flip side of it is that don't work just to get awards. I'd put it that way. Balance your work in a way that you're working, it should be pursuit of excellence. It should not be pursuit to just get the award or recognition. So you have to balance it out, because when you start working towards it, there are consequences, which probably we'll talk later. But I think it is worth getting an award, getting recognized by industry leaders, getting recognized in a forum where you see all the leaders sitting. So yes, it is worth.
I think this is a very important topic, if you ask me. For me, I think external awards do bring in a lot of validation to teamwork, and identifying that what is really something that people are looking out for. So point in case, I think whenever we also look at nominations, and I know we had a very esteemed jury here a minute back, we're also analyzing how competitive we are. We're also learning from each other. So it's also another way to go in the market and check waters in terms of where you are, how you are doing. And I come from an technology world, where we do a lot of work in terms of putting case studies, putting in pitches, and external agencies like Gartner, like Forrester are there to guide us, to tell us, and we actually go back and ask questions. Okay, why are we in this quadrant? Why are we not in the top quadrant, right? So I think a lot of times it helps us in benchmarking. It also helps us in analyzing in terms of where we are and where we need to be. And most importantly, like you said, is it gives a purpose. It gives a purpose to a team coming together and getting recognized externally.
So, good evening all. I'm Shrikant, I represent TCS, and my take on this question is, as we all agree, we all are having, internally when we work, we have a lot of rewards and recognition at our workplace, and we do a lot in this space. But again, as HR professionals, being rewarded, being appreciated, or being awarded is something that will definitely add a lot of value and boost our morale. But at the same time, when the organization that is giving us the award is also at a level which is challenging us, where when we are participating, and as rightly mentioned, if we are competing with the others, it actually creates a benchmark for us to always strive higher. And as we achieve that, it helps us to also recognize the great talent that we have internally. So external awards, are they required? Yes, definitely. But as rightly said by Rashi, people should not be working for awards. An award should be an incidental activity that happens in your journey when you're working for your organization relentlessly and as a team and representing the organization at a larger platform.
Thanks, Shrikant. And also wanted to add the brand value. I think we are in a very hybrid space where everybody is looking at both physical and digital displays. So I think bringing that brand out, bringing that recognition out is also helpful for branding and marketing. A lot of us, before engaging with a customer, a partner, or an organization, are looking at the credentials, looking at the ratings. All of us go to Glassdoor, all of us go to different Indeed and all those forums. I think it's very, very important to understand that in this day and age, how do you put your brand out, how credible you are, and you're not lowering the bar, but you're also being very, very innovative in what you do and how you do. Counts a lot.
I totally agree with that. I think, like you said, I think it's about how others are perceiving you. A lot of times they look at what awards, what ratings, what recognitions this firm has received, this person has received, and things like that.
I'm sure you don't want to add any more than what you said. Good. I just wanted to kind of thank you for whatever you said. And I'll take 1 minute to kind of emphasize on the process. Of course, the jury knows it, and a couple of you are already jury members. Just as a number, we had close to 300 plus applications. And the jury members know that we did not even bring 40 or 50 applications. That's a number that we brought to your notice. So we did our own filtering in terms of whom we think qualify for the awards and whom do not. And then we only brought in a few to your evaluation. And one thing that we all followed, and we also kind of strictly followed, that was we said if the jury says no, then we are not going to override the decision and we are not going to award that person, no matter what, even if we know that person personally. And I, again, don't want to eat into the panel. There were criteria that were clearly defined, which was more transparent and objective. Some of the points that you said are very good. Rashi, you said, don't work only for an award. I hope you are not referring to me because you know me too well. I think that's a generic message. Let's keep it that way. And Smithy, you said test waters. That's a good thing. I think it kind of gives a good reason for people to go out and really test outside how they appear in the market. And Srikanth, you said internal rewards and recognitions are always there, but external awards also bring in an added external orientation. I'm not just summarizing this to the audience. I'm also showing to you guys that I was listening to you. Yeah. So, so that whatever you said, kind of gives me a segue to my second question. Do these awards, I mean, I heard that these awards do really matter, and you all are in different positions, leadership positions in your own organization. How can we use these external awards to promote performance internally? It could be creating high-performing individuals or high-performing teams, and how we can leverage this in whatever form where it can support the organization.
And it helps in the competition, definitely. It helps in people aspiring to be there. So it helps an organization if it is competing or aspiring to be there to relook at how their processes are and benchmark them with global standards and go to the next level. So definitely it all depends on what you are aspiring for, and there are various categories. We are part of a few more forums of my friends over here, where when we are looking at categories of awards, there are individual, there are age-based, there are role-based, and there are organization size-based. So there are so many award categories which also give an opportunity to organizations which are growing to not feel left out when there are larger organizations in the fray. So that way, it is definitely, I feel that it's really nice to have external awards, but structured ones which are established, which will bring the best out of a team rather than just an individual working on it. So an organization nominating an individual who's doing very well makes more sense to me, and also an organization sending a team to showcase what good work they're doing and always benchmark with best practices outside.
Yeah, I think it, you rightly said it, it helps motivating an individual and setting up the benchmark. I think along with that, it sets up that healthy competition within the organization where people try or they thrive to continuously improve. Now the bar is here and they keep raising the bar. I think the second most important thing is retaining talent, because they see that their organization is recognizing their effort. So attracting new talent from the market, which is a big deal these days. Retaining the talent. So if you have good folks within your organization, you nominate them for external awards. I think it really matters because, yes, the person wins the award, the team gets the recognition, and the organization gets the recognition. So it's a combined package of everything. So retaining the talent. And again, previous things that we were just discussing, that it brings that visibility to the individual as well as to the organization. So I think it definitely helps when an individual wins the award, because within the team, you can link that with his KPIs, key performance indicators, and then start aligning that with your organization goals and see how that starts improving, because you're pulling up not just that individual, but the performance and the performance of other folks as well.
Just to kind of add to that, I think it definitely builds on high-performing teams. There is a caveat there, right? One needs to understand what is the purpose. Are you working for innovation? Are you working for building a strong culture? Are you working for something which is going to be accelerating your business results and employee experience? I think that at the foundation of this. You don't want to win an award just because there is an award. It's very, very important for high-performing teams to have a North Star. So if you're in technology, you're passionate about innovation. You're passionate about building in a good product which goes in the market and sells well in the market. So if there is a purpose, right, you get a team goal attached to that purpose. It definitely builds credibility for the team's effort to be recognized, not just by internal stakeholders, but your external customers and partners. So it definitely builds credibility. It definitely builds high morale. It builds a purpose. It's, of course, sense of accomplishment and morale are definitely a way forward. But I think it also creates a sense of purpose, belongingness, integration to the overarching goal.
Super, thank you so much. And I'm going to quickly summarize this again. I don't know, Rashid, today I think you have a knack for distracting me because, I was keenly listening to Srikanth, and then when you spoke, you said, the bar is here. And I'm like, oh, Friday evening, and we also have planned a cocktail dinner. Of course, the bar is here. And after that, I did not listen to you. Then it took some effort to come back to what you're saying. But quickly to summarize Srikanth said it makes sense, to use some of these external opportunities, but with some benchmarking on the standards of the entity that is awarding, and it also helps a lot for improving and cultivating internal talent. And I think when you said about the bar, you meant standards. Yeah, I'm back to my senses now. So you are talking about establishing some standards, creating some targets, and trying to achieve. And I think Smriti built on it, saying that, okay, there are standards, and we need to build on that, but it also makes sense to have a North Star and trying to achieve the North Star.
To stay informed about the startup ecosystem, subscribe to MyStartuptv.
To start the second panel discussion, and for that, may I please invite once again our moderator for panel discussion. It is Mr. Dinesh, Global Director HRSS, to kindly join us on the stage. Our panel discussion would be having Mr. Srini Vudumulu, COO of Novelis. Please join us on the stage. Can we have a huge round of applause for Mr. Srini? Joining us on the stage, we would be having Mr. Ramakrishna Momidi, VP NHRD Hyderabad chapter. Let's continue the applause, please. Thank you. And lady here, dynamic lady here, it is Miss Janani Prakash, Head of People and Culture, Zenjan. So yes, congratulations to all our panelists. And yes, our moderator once again, Mr. Dinesh.
And the second round is about rewards and recognition that organizations do within themselves to recognize their talent. So the question is going to be pretty simple, and it's an open-ended question. Whatever R&R programs that you would have seen in your experience, it could be in your current organization, previous organization, or you could have heard of it, and the audience are all business leaders and HR leaders who are in decision-making positions. I think they can have some takeaway from this. So please feel free to talk about your experience in the R&R area. What kind of R&R programs you would have seen in your organization? If you have some best program, you can talk about it, or if you have heard of a best program, you can talk about it.
Okay, for example, Srini, thank you for joining us in this panel, right? It's as simple as that, or it could be. So when you appreciate, the mood changes, right? And also it's like a thanking forward. So I have seen organizations where there are specific awards like Thank It Forward, wherein they appreciate, for doing small things. And also, of course, there are awards which are monetary in nature, so both non-monetary and monetary. I think the key thing is having that culture of appreciation, recognizing people in the right moment. That's where, the timeliness come into picture. When you see someone doing the right thing, catch them right and then appreciate. It could be a spot recognition, or some of the monetary awards could be, money driven. So they will have more mechanisms or evaluation criteria and so on. Okay, those are the few things that I have seen.
I thought I'll just take an example of some reward, right? Yes, organizations have categories. I think all of us here are HR professionals, so we know what kind of categories are generally available. Let me talk about the reason why we do rewards in many companies. let's say we run our values. We just derive some values for the organization and we want everyone to instill it. Then that gets integrated into the rewards and recognition practice so that everybody just starts thinking about living the values. I'll give you an interesting example that happened a few years ago in one of my business units. We used to have some rewards and the performance management process used to have the number of interviews that are taken also into consideration as an extra effort by the business folks. And then all of a sudden we transformed the performance management system. Somewhere it was not at all taking into consideration the interviews that were being done or the efforts that are going in. Now this became a catch-22 situation because the panelists said, no, we are not interested. What are we going to get out of it? And it's actually hampering their own businesses' attraction of talent and their ability to do more as well, right? Because people are not going to be onboarded in the right time. So then we said, okay, we'll come up with something different with respect to rewards for this. But it's not about just a reward that's monetary in nature, but appreciating the behavior of selecting somebody with the bond that they need to have with the organization, right? So somewhere we integrated 2-3 aspects around the values, about the general sense of belongingness that the panelists should have for the organization, and then categorized rewards. So just one example of a different practice perhaps, but this worked really well.
All of you would have been running or watching R&R schemes run in your organizations. So we're sticking to the scope is basically outside the formal merit increments and bonuses and other stuff, right? So this we are talking of other forms of rewards and recognition. One thing which I personally seen is that when you empower not just the manager but the teams to choose whom they want to recognize, it has worked very, very well for me personally, right? So we kind of said whether it's a spot award, whether it's a, thank you forward, or, somebody who's gone over and beyond kind of a thing. We've gone ahead and told the teams and said, you know what, you can pick one person in your team, whomever you want to recognize, and then actually give that award. We empowered the team because the budget is not significant enough. Then the significant amount of ownership and transparency has come into the whole thing because they want to hold the bar pretty high. So that's another thing, right? We experimented with quota also because there's always a tendency saying that if you give the manager, you can go ahead and recognize on a rotation basis, the person can go ahead and give it. So the quota thing, we tried, it didn't work, right, for us. So we gone ahead and removed the quota system and said, okay, fine, go ahead and do this. But more than anything, culture of winning, right, and celebrating wins, small wins, is significant in an organization for a positive spirit to actually go around. So one, have more often the recognition plans and do it very frequently. Celebrate the success, and now a lot of organizations have many digital forums. Try and make sure that people take pride in those rewards. So it's beyond the symbolic recognition. If you can actually have this person take the limelight, at least in different forums, that will be doing a lot more good. Is personally what I've seen and what worked for us in our organization.
Wonderful, thank you so much. Normally when these sessions happen, I prefer to be a moderator because it's easy to moderate and you tend to behave like the boss, and not very often I get that chance. But I'm normally a moderator in only one panel, but only today I am a moderator for 2 panels. And I have a new learning today. You should never be a moderator for 2 panels. Because last time also when the welcome drink was going around, I was here, I missed it. And this time again I'm here and the welcome drink is going around and some people are getting 2 glasses and I've not even got my 1 glass. So maybe the next time any of you are getting called for a moderator, please ask them when the welcome drinks will be given. At least I'm learning that. And I'm going to skip the summary part for 2 reasons. One is to save time obviously, and the other part I was really distracted by the juice and I did not listen. The second question to all of you. So we spoke about the R&R programs and all of that. This is probably a very specific question. Of course, we have enough senior leaders who will have their own practices. But if there is something that you can also suggest to us in terms of when you design these R&R programs, how can we make it more transparent and more objective? Because in my experience, I have seen scenarios where somebody is getting an award And the individual who's getting the award only is wondering, why did I get this award? They themselves are in surprise. And there is this element of bias coming in and favoritism coming in and all of that. So how do we address all this by making the awards system more transparent and objective?
Dinesh, great question indeed. Being in talent for so many years, I have seen many a times with good intention, some of these reward and recognition programs are being initiated, or a particular category award gets introduced, but not necessarily managed well. That could creep in terms of the bias or unfairness. And then, what the role that HR plays also into picture is also as a facilitator to ensure that the process is fair within the organization. But the larger question that I have seen is, I think in case of non-monetary awards, I think it's okay even if you recognize people more often, even for small things. But when it comes to money, I have seen we need to have robust systems so that who is the nominator, who is the evaluator, and how that is getting evaluated, and having a jury or having a panel or the managers and managers, next level manager, based on the organization, the type, I think, and also creating, evaluation criteria, training the people in terms of how you apply those criteria. I think these are the things that are important. I have seen in one particular instance where the peer recognition awards are somewhat dicey. Peers, what happens is, with a lot of fanfare, they get introduced. If it is, more of non-monetary, I have seen it was okay, it was working well. When it comes to monetary, people do, form cliques, you scratch my back and I scratch your back kind of a thing. And then this is what I have seen, So there one has to be careful. But largely it's the manager's, leader's role in terms of looking very objectively the evaluation that is happening. Otherwise, if you recognize a wrong person, the value of the award could be lost, and the very purpose, the purpose is to motivate people. Now you will have many people who are demotivated because we are recognizing someone who is not necessarily deserving. So I think, definitely leadership has a role to play. HR has a role to play in terms of setting up this criteria and then ensuring that people follow as well.
So I was just thinking of a parallel that everyone can relate to. It's about eating sweets. Everyone likes sweets, right? I like sweet and I eat one Mysore pak. Okay, I feel good. I eat second. Not so much. Third, okay, I just can't have any more, right? So rewards are also like that. I think if we overdo it, it's not going to work. So from a transparency perspective, we need to really see who are we awarding, how many awards, and what makes real sense. Similarly, let's take the same Mysore pak example. If I have like a 30-member team, I give everyone a sweet. Everyone is going to feel happy and they'll think, okay, I just celebrated Diwali. No, but what is it? Like, who has done something extra and what is it that I'm going to do for them? I think objectivity and transparency need to be brought in there. And yes, mechanisms like Ram rightly pointed out will certainly help there. Paucity of time, I'm passing it over.
Yeah, so my what worked for me is that try and take the decision away just from one